Okay, whatever. Turn all the cameras. Yeah, I'm like, I'm gonna wait for him. He's trying to, yeah. Like, okay, wow. I really don't know. Alright, things are good. Let me see. Use this, so I'm gonna go phone, because I'm supposed to be talking about phone. Alright. No. Oh, I am gonna start the meeting because there's like 5 minutes left. Yeah. You're unmuted.
Do we have everyone here? Ready to start?
I believe so.
First we have on board the support group. We have.
So we did not have anything to support group this week. We expect that they have let us know that for I think full board meeting they want to come, and I know it's something the board asked for the suggestions about looking at different things and what we can support. I think that's my guess that we can discuss with them, but nothing for that. Okay. So we may have after we've done that.
Nothing shows up on screen anymore. It used to be everything showed up here. Now it's better. But it's still
Possibility we can get everybody introduced.
So,
For the record, I mean, you can see on video also, we do have policy board members here, Dr. Ronnie Richmond, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's chair of the informal committee, Lynn Krause, Mr. Harold Simpson. I'm John Kirkley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. On the staff side, we have myself, Dr. Brandon Creighton, who's our assistant director. Ms. Ashley Bales, who is our legal counsel. We also have our inspector investigators. For this one, Dr. Brandon Holland is here at the side table with us. I imagine if you guys want to tell us who all you are, and I'll talk about this process real briefly.
This is Sissy Clark, who's a pharmacist at Clark Family Pharmacy in Pearl, and this is her husband, Mark. I'm there.
And so Sissy, Mark, I imagine Aaron's probably told you about this, but a lot of times I'll just do a brief overview. We call this an informal conference because we're not swearing in witnesses and having a court reporter and a hearing officer. It's meant to be a less stressful interaction with the board where you have the opportunity to have a pretty great conversation back. Generally with this, the board members have just this morning been provided with the same information that your legal counsel has, and they've also just been provided with the information that you provided to us as well. In this, we generally have a conversation of an overview of kind of why we're here from the board staff, and then I know the board members are going to want to talk to you about the overall situation. At the end of it, they'll have some suggestion for action, and I say this and it terrifies people, but it's everything from nothing to we think you shouldn't have a license. I don't think that's where we're going today, but that's the whole game that we have to explain to anyone participating in their interaction with the board. The important thing with an informal conference is whatever the board suggests, you can agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, then we do what the board asks us to do as board staff and memorialize it in whatever type of agreement or order or letter that they indicate. If you disagree with it, it gives you the chance to say, you know, I just wasn't pleased with state outcome. I would like a full formal hearing before the board at a later time. The other thing I would add is if you need to have a sidebar with your legal counsel, if y'all need to step away for a minute or something, let us know. If you have any questions during this, realizing you've never been here, you've never been in this situation, by all means, call a time and help get our attention, whatever you need to do. We'll also be happy to answer any questions that you have.
all right.
Well, just a general overview on what's coming. This is Sissy Clark. She's a pharmacist. Her husband's a technician. They live together. She has a medical condition, gastroenteritis, that afflicted her over the years, I guess. But right before this event happened, she had been in the hospital, and we had a hospital record for that condition, as well as bad tests, and she was really sick. So she went to the hospital. She got out of the hospital on the day in question. They were coming in to the pharmacy. Mark didn't have his vehicle that day. His truck was in the shop. So he took Sissy's second car, and that's kind of how this got started. So they left in two separate cars, and she got sick on the way to the pharmacy. They were going to the pharmacy and regular schedule. So she turned around, and I'm home some more, went back home, did her business, and I think maybe had volunteered that sort of thing. Got herself cleaned up and then continued on to the pharmacy. Mark, in the meantime, continued on the pharmacy. He didn't actually know what Sissy, where she was. In her second car, she does have a key to the pharmacy. So in both of her cars, she does. He doesn't have his own personal key in his vehicle. So that happened, and it's kind of the perfect storm, but he sat there and waited, and he went on in because he does payroll for 2 stores. And went on in and got that started. And the techs that were waiting outside as well, there's 2 technicians, and they followed him in. And they were basically sitting on the stool, because that pharmacy in particular really doesn't get heated up to about 10. This was around 8 in the morning, if I recall correct. And Brandon happened to be there that day, and he saw this and was, wondering where the pharmacist was, and they didn't really know at that time. The technicians did, I think, dispense 2 will call prescriptions that had already been checked by Dr. Clark. And so they did sell those. They didn't fill any prescriptions or do any pharmacy tasks, but if that's a pharmacy task, actually delivering the will call, then they did do that, and that's not in question. So, so we're here today. She has, in response to that, gone in and in-serviced her technicians, saying, this it hadn't happened before. It's not a regular practice. And so she in-serviced them, saying, this cannot happen again. It's a fluke, event, but, can't happen. Pharmacist has to be here open the store, and she knows that. So with that said, she submitted a statement of her own. Mark submitted a statement on saying, how it happened in his view. Brianna Nash, a technician, submitted a statement, and then we have the medical record to back up that she actually has this condition. This is not something made up. It's a real thing. And I think we also have at the end the particular prescriptions that were sold out of will call. And it's either 2 or 3 dollars. Dr. Clark can explain that.
Question, what time did Dr. Clark get to work?
About 5 to 1.
That's when you get to work, or?
We open at 8:30.
Now, you hadn't just come from the hospital, you were in the hospital at 8.
I got out of the hospital on April 24th, but I had been sick about 2 weeks before, and basically had not had any. I was still vomiting a lot. Every time I ate, I got sick and vomited, and that was just a really bad day that day.
So, you were going to get customer service store?
So, like I said to Mark, or he said Mark's truck was in the shop, and he took, I have a fun car, and I was driving my Jeep, and then he took my niece on to work, and we left at the same time, and he usually doesn't even go in at opening. He usually doesn't come in until 9 or 9:30. He eats breakfast with his mom a lot of days. Just the nature of our business, he has always been the mom in the morning, making sure our kids go to school and everything. And so when
9 o'clock.
even I didn't think he was going, directly to work. And so, like I said, I got sick, and right when we were pulling out the driveway, vomited in the driveway, went back home, got sick, changed clothes, and then immediately left and went back to work. And I was almost there, maybe 7 minutes from work, and he called and said that the board was there, and I was confused as to why they were even inside. and then realized that he had taken my car. And anyway, and that's what happened. The techs saw my car there, the Nissan, and they thought I was there, and so they went ahead and went in and parked in the office, and, they, didn't even realize for a few minutes that it was him there and on me, so. Anyway, I got there, Brandon was finishing up his investigation or his inspection, and maybe whenever his findings, I signed it, he went up and said that he would, let y'all know. And yes, immediately after, Brandon, we sat down, we had a talk, we talked about what happened, and I'm like, just, reminded him, I mean, it was just, had never been an issue before because, I had the heat, and they never came in, without me, and so I reminded them that they could never, ever, come in without the pharmacist there.
What do they do for dispensing, delivering medication?
So there were, so on the printout there were 3, but for some reason there were 2 that were captured twice. I mean, 1 that was captured twice. So it was the first 2 that they did check out. Though you can see the fill date.
This is the last page of it.
Yeah. The fill date was not the 13th, which was the day that we were inspected. These were filled on the 11th, the second set, and the first set were filled on the 12th. They were all maintenance medicines or medicines that they had been on before. But they did sell those to the customer that came in to pick them up. So, but they have been previously verified and checked by me.
So it was, one customer, 2 medication, or 2 different customers?
It was 2 different
2
customers.
different customers. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
It's like it's 12 minutes for 2 customers.
Yeah,
Because there's a repeat, the third one is the same as the second.
yes. The second customer did have quite a bit of medication.
So did your text indicate to you how they got into the pharmacy or why they chose that day, why they go in and deliver those to the patients, or?
Well, my truck was there, so they thought I was there, and so they went in.
And they've never done that before?
Well, they thought I was there inside the pharmacy because my vehicle was there.
And I've got another question related to your hospitalization. So looking at your discharge summary, it's dated April 23rd, 2022. It looks like your diagnosis at that point was dehydration, urinary tract infection, and hypokalemia. Is that, I don't see gastroenteritis, which is what you said was your issue that day in the spectrum.
Well, at the time, I mean, they were suspecting, I did have a UTI, so, but the vomiting and nausea was really what put me in the hospital, but I did have a UTI.
So were you getting treatment after your discharge from the hospital for your
For the
gastroenteritis?
nausea, yes. And for the low potassium, yes.
Well, that's an income, well,
Vomiting.
Does anyone else have any questions? Yeah.
So no prescriptions were filled, only those that were checked and bagged and stapled went out the door.
So if they had filled anything, it would have been sitting in a basket for me to verify. And when I came in, there was nothing in a basket for me to verify. So I would say no. So,
I can speak to that.
I mean, nothing was filled or refilled that day. The 2 people that came in was prescriptions that had previously been filled, medicine that people were on, waiting to be picked up. I think one was 2 days prior, and one was like the day before. We have a will call in the front counter, and alphabetical by patient, and, we sadly, every 2 weeks, we have to go through the process of reversing medications that people never pick up, they call them in and you fill them, but then they don't get picked up, you have to reverse them and put it back into stock. So, so it's advertised there, and so they were prescriptions that Sissy had filled, verified, and checked when she was there on previous days.
Y'all do a delivery service?
We,
Let's say that y'all gotten there and it was gonna be delivered. What steps would y'all have taken that would have been any different?
none unless if there was a brand new prescription for something that doctor had called in, we would call the person before it was delivered and say, this is a new prescription, the pharmacist needs to
So
counsel you on.
if Dr. Clark had been there,
It would have been backed up.
it was already bagged up, if you had been there, would you have looked at it again, or would anything been done before it was checked out to that patient?
Once it was backed up,
But it would have been dispensed under the supervision of the pharmacist.
I would have been.
I'd like to hear from Brandon.
Yeah, I will get to him. We're talking to her right now. I haven't forgot about it. He's sitting over here. Did you have a question?
Yeah, if there was a violation, could somebody explain exactly what that violation would have been?
Tasks, responsibilities, and duties of pharmacy technician, rule number 03-00-0005, subsection A. In part, it says all tasks performed by pharmacy technician must be supervised, checked, and approved by the supervising pharmacist. If the technician performs any other task that is defined as practice pharmacy, shall be considered a violation. And then it goes on under B to list out several different approved tasks, which do not include dispensing. If you go to the definition of dispensing under the Pharmacy Practice Act, Pharmacy Practice Act means the healthcare provider profession of, and in part, dispensing, selling, distributing, transferring, possession of, vending, bargaining, or in accordance with rules for pharmacy, et cetera, for drugs that are only to be dispensed upon prescription. So that is part of the Pharmacy Practice Act, and it is not under the approved task that a technician can do, therefore it's a violation.
Okay, so, just so I'm clear on this, the problem had nothing to do with whether the pharmacy was open or not open. It had to do with Dr. Clark not being there to supervise, whatever.
Well, I think I would more to the point that this would seem to be more of an issue on the technicians than it is the pharmacists. I mean, the pharmacist is ultimately responsible, if they say so. The pharmacist specifically says is ultimately responsible for acts of the technician. If she wasn't there, the technicians took it upon themselves to dispense the drugs. So however many technicians were involved, and they are licensed by this board, and they should know this regulation does 50 is under the technician regulations, under regulation 3. So the technicians themselves should have known that they could not do what they were doing.
I agree with that, but again, just so I'm clear on this really, the only thing the store being open or not open has to do with this is if it was closed, nobody would have been there to do anything. Open and closed has nothing to do with the violation itself.
Well, other than the fact that if it was closed, patients couldn't get access to drugs.
I think it may be a different answer to your question, Harold, is in the rules, we cannot operate a pharmacy in Arkansas without having a pharmacist present. So some stores can open the front end and it's securable that the box within that big box is still secure. And so the pharmacy is not operating, even though, the box retailer or the other store is in itself. We even have some independent set up that way, where you have a gift shop and you can buy cards or candy or anything else. But if a pharmacist is there, it's an individually secured portion.
Or Walmart.
At 100%. And for Dr. Clark, hers is, it's one big store, it doesn't have individual security.
Well, and technically, although it's different in hospitals, pharmacists can leave the department, techs can continue to do what techs do, as long as they don't dispense drugs. But in a retail store, if the pharmacist has to leave the building and go to the bathroom in the back store, everybody's got to leave there to close the pharmacy up. So techs can't even be in the pharmacy unsupervised.
Well, I believe that even in the hospital, there has to be I think regs spell out only specific scenarios where the pharmacist being in the hospital, not be in the pharmacy supervising, like a code blue or something along those lines.
At this point, though, what is the text do once it's bagged up and ready to check out?
None of them are pharmacists there, because they legally aren't a technician unless they're under the supervision of the pharmacist. In order to be a
When a
technician.
postman brings me something in the mail, it's not under the supervision of the
Well-
pharmacy.
Yes, but it wasn't sent out to common carrier.
Wasn't said, yeah, that's complicated. And they're allowed to deliver products. We
Is
even
it
put
not the
in-
same if it's sacked up, ready to go, and goes from the sacked up, ready to go to the cash register? Is that not a common carrier in the store because the pharmacist is not contacted, nor is the tech for that to be checked out together?
Well, we even put in the lease, if the pharmacist is leasing the building, we even have them put in the lease that they will not operate a pharmacist and no one can enter the pharmacy without a pharmacist present. They put that in the lease when they license it.
I understand what you're asking, Lynn. I think the difference is we actually have standards for pharmacy delivery. I mean, it's actually some of the new rules that based on statutes we have to do, that there are requirements that if you're using the mail for home delivery service or common care or anything else. I mean, in this situation, the patient or caregiver was not contacted for approval for delivery. It was in the store itself. There wasn't a delivery plan. So there is specific language speaks to delivery, but anything that goes out for delivery is the pharmacist has to release it for delivery, not just for pickup. When it's for pickup,
Did they not release it for pickup when it went up front to sack?
no, because at pickup, if someone has an acute question, the pharmacist has to be there to answer. If it's for delivery, they should have already had that contact to go out if there was a question. That's the line splitting that I have.
I guess, we're not here to argue for sure, she's here to take her medicine, you know, the issue is can a clerk, to Dr. Krause's question, can a clerk get a will call bag and check it out if it's already in a will call? Or does the pharmacist have to come out, or a technician supervised by a pharmacist have to come out and get the bag and hand it to the clerk? Same thing with delivery.
Yeah, in our rules, a clerk can do that with the pharmacist present, but the store can't dispense without the pharmacist present. I mean, that's and it's funny, we've talked about scenarios for that. I mean, the board has questioned, you know, the use of vending machines and other things that would be on the side of the building. The board had in the past been very direct that, you know, even if we allow that type of technology, even the vending machine can only be in operation while the pharmacist is present. So, and it's one of those things where, you know, when we have these scenarios, I know you guys want to hear from Dr. Holland about his observations, because, you know, that's the big issue that gets you in front of the board to explain it, but there were other issues on inspection that were of concern. But I think you've heard about you know, what happened with Dr. Clark that morning.
How many technicians were present that day before we got it?
Yeah.
Myself and then two others.
And how many technicians were involved in?
One tech checked out both people. I mean, she doesn't not work for me because of that. She got a better paying job, but she no longer is our employee.
Any other questions with Dr. Clark? Okay, Dr. Holland, you just came to work one day, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell us, your side, please.
All right, so I think as I mentioned here, normally if a pharmacy opens at 8:30, I'm not gonna go in first thing in the morning. I'm not gonna walk in the door at 8:30 because I know they're, you know, getting ready to start the business for the day. I'm not gonna, you know, I don't want to intrude on that. So I like to get there early, but I also like to get a little bit of time to get set up, get going. So, I arrived around 8:45 or so, sat outside the pharmacy for a little bit, kind of checking some emails, doing some things like that. And I believe I saw one of the technicians exit the building, unbeknownst to me at the time that she was a technician. She came out to the parking lot. I saw her go back in. I also did see one of the patients walk out with one like a pharmacy bag. So I was like, oh, okay, well, looks like they're going, so I'm gonna go ahead and go in. So I go in at the time, greeted by Mr. Clark, who's very pleasant, very professional. Never been to this pharmacy before. I don't know anything about it. Except for previous inspections. But other than that, I don't know Sissy, I don't know Mark, I don't know either one of them. So, as I'm talking to Mr. Clark, I'm like, okay, well, this guy, maybe he's a pharmacist. So I get to doing my license verifications, looking on the wall there, and I see that Mr. Clark is a technician. So I'm like, okay. So then I start asking questions, who's your pharmacist today? And I believe that's when the discussion began, Clark's running a little late today. I don't know if there was any mention specifically that she was feeling ill that day, but there were, definitely mentioned that she's running late, she should be here anytime. And from the best that I recall, it was closer to around 9 o'clock or so when Dr. Clark did show up.
Were there prescriptions dispensed while you were there?
Given to the patient. So saw the patient leave with one as I was sitting out in the parking lot
Before we went in.
before I went in. Because I'm also checking emails, and I'm also observational, what's going on too, And as I walked in, yes, so there was a customer at the register while I was back behind the counter, and they were processing prescriptions for me to pick up.
When you say process, you mean making the transaction between.
Right, like going through the point of sale system to be able to dispense to the patient.
Now, I thought I read that they were doing other dispensing tasks. What was going on?
They were logged into the computer, the pharmacy software system. I don't know that anything else, I didn't directly observe anything else specifically going on. I mean, the young lady was on the computer, but what she was specifically doing, I'm not sure.
On your computer, do you have a login versus the techs?
Yes.
Do they log in for you?
You have time clocks on your computer? That y'all use time clocks on your computer?
Question for Dr. Long.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's 3 techs there,
Yes, ma'am.
and one of those includes Mr. Clark, correct?
That's right.
And it looks like in your report, that you did not have a current tech license posted, is that correct?
It was for the current biennium, yes, ma'am. So for the 2021, 22 biennium, there wasn't one posted.
Did you see Mr. Clark perform any tech duties, or was it the other 2?
I did not have time, no. It was more so there, I think as they said, maybe he came in to do other type of work, but he was my point of contact when I first came in. That was mostly what he was doing when I was there, was talking with me until Dr. Clark got there.
When you asked him about dispensing medications, did he deny that they were being sent out of pharmacy?
Initially, but then that's when he made the statement that they were already checked. So.
What was the note about COVID vaccines?
I believe that was just putting a BUD.
Once you open the vial.
Right. And generally, if there's not like a traceable order, I generally just recommend that more so for protection of their inventory. So I know that inventory can be very costly, so sometimes I recommend those temperature monitors as well, just to, if they ever did have a temperature excursion and they were at home, fridge goes out, I don't want you losing $25,000 to $50,000 to that, so.
Well, there was the note discuss labeling COVID vaccines was appropriate BUD. Were there vaccines out that did not have one, or is that just a note of reminder?
I think that's more just be sure to do that.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure for the board members that whether it's a violation or not. And then have you guys updated policy on shipping to other states? Some states don't consider that to be a no-no. Some states consider criminal activity even, and it's a significant risk.
Can I say,
Right,
just
absolutely.
okay, it's my cousin. It was.
They don't care.
I know, but I just didn't want you to think that I mailed out,
Sure.
hundreds of prescriptions. It's one prescription.
We
but I-
oftentimes run into a pharmacy that has a one-off of, oh, it's so-and-so's kid at college, or it's, whatever's happening, but I've seen firsthand how some states deal with that. In some states, they find out you ship one prescription and you're out thousands of dollars for a disciplinary hearing that affects the single.
He had discussed with Sissy, his prescription tax is really expensive, and he had a hard time with his local pharmacies wanting to keep it in stock.
And the idiocy of that is if, kids at college issue, well, if the parents pick it up and ship it to them, it's not the pharmacy shipping it. But then it's the parents taking the risk of shipping medication through the mail, and if it gets lost, it's on the parents. For you, if you ship it and it gets lost, it's still on you until the patient receives it. So it is a weird issue that a lot of people do it and don't think it should be a big deal, but some states are very, I don't know, they really get wound up about it. It's harsh, very harsh.
Any, other questions of Dr. Howard? Okay, Dr. Glenn, did you have any, closing or summary at the end?
Not
Everybody?
really, I think it's kind of clear what happened.
All right, so does everybody ready to discuss?
Sure. I have
Yeah.
this one more
Yes, sir,
question.
go ahead.
One of my concerns when things like this come up is normalized behavior. Did this tech do something that they had done in the past? I know your testimony's been that this was one time. I just want to ask. So at no time in the past had you left to go run errands, the pharmacy operating, taking lunch outside or anything like that? This is truly just a one-time.
We don't even have anywhere to go eat.
In our own.
They were the only pharmacy in the road too.
Okay.
We've been operating for, almost 27 years, and I own the building, and I don't have to.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and how long, the technician who had, sold the prescription, how long had that technician been with you all?
She was relatively a new technician, 5 or 6 months, I think.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir, go
I want to pose two hypotheticals and see if we can come up with a resolution between these two. Let's say you have a pharmacist in the store and the pharmacist collapses and becomes unconscious. And the same thing happens, the technician does something where they shouldn't be doing. That's one instance. Second instance, the pharmacist leaves to go across the street and do something, leaving the technicians. Seems to me clearly in the first instance, you can't hang the blame on the pharmacist that collapses and becomes unconscious, even from an overall responsibility standpoint. Seems to me maybe in the second instance, you can. And it looks to me like what we're hearing is the thing that's closer, much closer to the first example that I talked about. At least that something that's happened that's taking the pharmacist out of play. And it's not taking the pharmacist out of play through the intentional act of the pharmacist. So that's.
It was unexpected rather than expected. And Carol, I think part of it is, it's unusual because in this instance, Dr. Clark is the PIC and then the Clarks are the permit holder.
Right.
So it's one of those where the permit can't operate without the pharmacist. And the PIC is responsible to train the technicians, so that when the first instance happens, the techs know what they can and cannot do. Which,
I don't have any question that the tech has a problem.
Yeah.
The question I've got is whether Dr. Clark as the supervisor.
as a PIC versus as a permit.
Yeah, has responsibility. And I think as long as what happened is beyond her control, I don't think it is. But anyway, that's the way I see it.
I understand your analogy and I agree. I get what your assessments are arriving at. That's why I was getting some clarification a while ago on how many texts were there. I think the common denominator boils down to, irrespective of whatever else happens, is you had 3 technicians in the pharmacy, unsupervised, and they're not supposed to, period. So that's the most common denominator. The fact that they dispense prescriptions goes, I mean, and that takes it a step further. They should never have done it because that's not defined as part of their approved duties when they're not being supervised. So if we're going to put it on the text, then it's not just the tech who dispensed the drugs, both patients, because the tech who didn't dispense the drug was still in the pharmacy. And Mr. Clark was also in the pharmacy. So I think that it boils down to really the responsible party of the techs and not Dr. Clark. But the techs aren't here to defend themselves, but for Mr. Clark. So it could be that we simply put this on the market in the interest of, if there's a desire to dispense with this issue, is that it could be an issue levied against the pharmacy instead of the permit holder, the individual licensed individuals. But I think that there are 3 people on the hook for a fine. I mean, this may have been the only time it ever occurred, but we can't just sort of brush it under the rug and ignore it. It happened, and it's not supposed to. And anybody should have known
I have a question, if I could, for Mr. Clark.
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been at pharmacy tech?
The entire time,
So how many years is that?
26 years.
So you would be aware of these rules that pharmacy techs are not supposed to.
Yes, ma'am. And again, there was no intention. Our normal routine is that we come in at the same time, or I stay in and take care of business at the house before I come in. It was a Friday. I had some stuff I had to get back to Win and do. So I intended to be there at opening because I had to pay a bunch of bills and make payroll. So I wasn't going into the pharmacy. I went straight to the office and was writing checks.
So did you know these other 2 pharmacy technicians were in the pharmacy?
I later knew. I mean, they saw Sissy's vehicle, so they just came in. I was watching the front on my monitor, and I saw they came in. They came in and sat on their stools, so.
When did you become aware that they were doing their job by Dr. Holland, or?
Just when the lady came in. Sissy and I were leaving the house at the same time.
Wait, back up, before you did finish your thought, before the lady came in.
When the lady, when my girl Key was at the cash register, then I realized that.
Okay.
At the time, I had no idea that Sissy wasn't right behind me. I thought, you know, and I told Brandon this, I mean, I don't want to air my dirty laundry, but I told him, you know, what it might have been. I had no idea that she'd gotten sick on the way out of the driveway. We lost our 19-year-old son, and basically right when COVID happened, he got necrotizing pancreatitis and was in the hospital for 3 months. And that whole week, it was May, and that whole week, social media was like all about kids going, you know, selecting their colleges and going to school, you know, where they're going to go to school or whatever. And I said, you know, I don't know, you know, why she's not here at this minute. I said, I told him that story. I said, she might have just driven through the cemetery for a second. You know, I mean, that might be why she's, you know, a few minutes behind. And then I called her immediately, and she said, I got sick coming out the driveway. I'm on the way. I'm to parking, which is like 5 miles from the road.
So I'm gonna For the board, I agree, stores shouldn't be open without pharmacists. However, if you look at it from a harm situation, was there harm done, or was the public, whom we're here to defend, aided in getting their prescription? Because when it's sacked up, when it's stapled and sacked up and alphabetized and waiting on that clerk, not that tech, that clerk turn around and go through the alphabet and get it and check it out. They don't talk to the pharmacist, they don't talk to the tech. I understand what supervise is, but supervise, and you can look it up, is direct control over what the event that's taking place. Pharmacist is generally just present when that's checked out.
So the definition of supervision is earshot, not shot.
The definition of supervision is observe and direct the execution of a task or activity.
Well, I can pretty well guarantee that there's no pharmacy in any technician in any state in this country who the pharmacist
Maybe
has
the word
time to
wrong.
stand over their shoulder. and watch
Maybe
them
the word that we're using is wrong, but that's the definition. If you
Well,
send that
I think-
definition out, we go around the world and come back to that definition.
I think our working definition has always been earshot, not shot.
Well, that's the way we have defined the expectation for pharmacists, because if you look at,
Is earshot, not shot in the regs or supervision?
well, it's the responsible pharmacist must be physically present to observe, direct, and supervise the pharmacy technician at all times when the pharmacy technician performs acts specified in the rule. Supervising pharmacist is totally and absolutely responsible for the actions of the pharmacy technician. When asked to opine on that previously, what we've included in lectures for at least 18 years I've been here, but I remember at pharmacy school is, it doesn't say that they have to observe, but they must be physically present to observe. So what we've said is eyesight, earshot. The examples that we give, just like bathroom scenario to go down that rabbit hole, is if the toilet is adjacently attached to the pharmacy and a pharmacist needs to go in there for 30 seconds, that's fine. But if they're having a peristaltic crisis and are going to be out for 15 minutes, you shut down the pharmacy. Some pharmacies have a restroom inside of that pharmacy. A lot of our independents, the whole building is the pharmacy, and so they can be anywhere in the building. But that definition is in part been because with many chain stores, it's a little box, but the pharmacist still needs to go outside that little box to give recommendations on OTC items or self-care issues and how that interacts with other prescriptions. So the board didn't say you have to be in that box, but you have to be physically present, eyesight, earshot, if you're in health and beauty or some of those.
All I'm saying is there's a couple of customers that are sick that obviously are, 6 minutes a day. They picked up their stuff and went on after it was checked and back.
So are you saying that if you have customers that need their medications and they go to whatever store, Walgreens, Walmart, CVS, your store, that if the pharmacist is sick, they can go ahead and get the medications?
Well, I'm saying in this situation with this lady in this store, this is okay. But when you're on Walmart's a different store. You go in her store, go to Walmart and tell me they're the same.
Well,
And
make a parallel for one versus the other.
Right.
What Dr. Crazy. So
Yeah.
I think what you're trying to say is
if you want to do 10 at a time and just return, save it and just put it for the monitor and,
it's a violation for everything. It's a violation, but with bringing everything else, it's not a huge deal.
it may flip out concerns.
That's all. The board staff not endorsing, some huge amount of action, the thing is, yes, it happens, you're always paranoid of, is it really the only time it's ever happened? Well, it's the time we observe. So in a perfect storm, if it's the only time it ever happened, Murphy's Law would be that's the day that the board would show up. And the board has been in that situation a half dozen times in my nearly 2 decades. I know Dr. Newsom has seen some of them. So the thing is, they know it's a violation. They know that if it happens one time, that they got caught and they've taken corrective action. The only question left is, what does the board want to do with it from the perspective of now it's presented?
And sometimes speed or go across the line to avoid an accident.
100%.
I don't think we want to find ourselves in a position of being asked to basically jury nullification of the law. Say it's just okay. We don't want to, maybe this time nothing happened, but if we say it's okay, then every pharmacy who's watching this YouTube can see that this, also it's okay if I let my technicians come in a half hour, haul them up there, and then you're asking for trouble. Well, we have a clear law in front of us.
We had one years ago where you will recall this, somebody had a significant accident and had to either leave or something of the sort, and the technician kept working because the pharmacist was coming right back, and the next thing you know, the pharmacist is in the ER with everything else. And if I recall correctly, I mean, it wound up being, a year of probation and $5,000 penalty, and the tech had a penalty too. But that was an extreme case compared to this, even though on paper you said it was the same violation, they operated a pharmacy without a pharmacist. In that instance, though, there were new restrictions going out. It was a mess. And that's been a long time ago.
Yeah, but we still have this case here. We have, violations. And we've got to act on the, evidence that we have presented here. The feelings, or this should have happened, this shouldn't have happened, it was a bad day. We still got to act on, what is here before us. So, that being said, what direction do you all want to go?
Let me pick something out. Since in the spirit of settling it today, I don't think the pharmacist is on the hook. I think the techs are the ones that violate. But the techs aren't here to defend themselves. So we took action on the basis of 3 techs involved, with $250 fine each. Take action against the permit of the pharmacy. And I know they have it in service, but I'd like to see a formal in service where Dr. Clark sits down with all 3 techs and goes through regulation 3, line by line, puts together a 10-question quiz, has the techs take it, and then sign off, each tech sign off that they actually took it, or that to the board as proof that it was done.
I was just saying, the one tech is no longer.
Yeah, we know.
It'd be current staff.
Well, yeah, the current staff do the in-service, but still, so fine on the basis of all 3.
Mr. Clark, I'll tell you, since you haven't been here before, he's asking them and telling them his idea, and they're going to exchange some ideas, and then if they have something they're going to propose, I'm sure they'll give you a chance to ask them questions.
Dr. Jolly, I just go right down the line and that's her back.
I guess I'm having trouble, understanding how PIC is not. I'm asking you guys, how's the PIC not responsible? I mean, I don't work retail perfect, I have to pass, I was there on the key. On the days that I work, if I didn't show up, that pharmacy was not gonna open. So it seems to me like and I understand the extenuating circumstances, but I'm a little more cut and dry, we'll slow this down. There were procedures in place that allowed a pharmacy technician to open up the pharmacy. I feel like it's the PIC's responsibility to ensure that doesn't happen. So I'm asking you guys, how is the PIC, how are we putting this on completely on?
Well, the keys were in the vehicles, as I understand. You had a set of keys in each vehicle, is that right? So, I mean, I guess it could boil down to where the keys in a secure place. Technically, anybody can break the window of the vehicle, if they just keep ringing. I don't know if that kind of seems to be the common denominator, but for access to the keys, she would not have known it was happening.
Just one point, the keys were on a key ring.
Yeah.
And they're kept in the house, it wasn't sitting in the vehicle.
Oh.
But that's still circumstantial by virtue of the fact that the pharmacist
You're basically saying that training should have happened before there was ever a key issue.
right.
That, well, that pharmacist is good, you don't go in.
Because I've been late to the pharmacy by 10 or 15 minutes. And the techs were out in the parking lot, texting me, where are you at? You know, and that pharmacy just wasn't gonna open until I got there. So I'm not in favor of being heavy-handed, don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying is like, to me, the PIC is still responsible. And I'm asking you guys how.
I don't mean to interrupt, but, Dr. Richmond, are you talking about investigative costs, or are you talking about disciplinary? Because there, if your intent is that it would be disciplinary for the techs, but not disciplinary for the permit holder, but that we, staff, based on previous cases, brought in the permit holder, yes, I think if you are saying that this would be investigative costs, not disciplinary, because of the de minimis nature of how much actually happened or whatever, then I don't know that it really matters who's named on it for the rest of the board, whether you want to be just a permit holder or the permit holder at the PIC, if it's designated as non-disciplinary investigative costs. That may be helpful, or may confuse it.
Well, I'll be quiet. Well, Dr. Kraus, go ahead. Did we answer your questions?
We did, just one general statement, I'm just not in favor of making exceptions. I know there were extenuating circumstances here, but to me, it's pretty cut and dry. The practice of pharmacy happening without the supervision of the pharmacist being present, and I'm empathetic to the situation, empathetic to a lot of things that said here, that I feel like it's my job to assess, did a violation of the pharmacy practice that happened? Did. But I'm not in favor of necessarily being heavy-handed and covering anyone's license, but I think we have to take some time back.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm for $500 fine at the pharmacy. Not just.
I think you raised an interesting point about the PIC. As in my unconscious example, I have a hard time holding the PIC responsible for stopping the technicians from doing it because something beyond her control kept her from doing that. You raise an excellent point that the PIC does have a problem going back and not having adequate procedures in place to prevent that from happening. So to that extent, I think the PIC can have a responsibility here too. So that, I think that's the way I would, I think the PIC has responsibility at two different places. Before it all happened with the policy, and while it was going on, which was beyond her.
I don't know what I'd have to ask you guys like what the actual language is, but my interpretation has always been as the PIC is my responsibility to put controls in place to prevent things from happening. So that I guess that's kind of the point. It appears there were just controls not in place that allow this to happen in the first place.
So,
I think a lot of pharmacy, since you have to have written policies and procedures, if you have text or input or anything else, my understanding is that some of them even have like a clause, like, and I understand the pharmacy cannot operate without a pharmacist present or something as simple as that. But it's a good point. I mean, it's, if you guys have something with that, hey, this is the important part of this. You can't do this without that. And have them sign off on it, where if they've done that, the PIC has done their job to make sure that that is in writing and recognized.
I would be in favor of some type of investigative cause and maybe a deliverable act of the pharmacy with some policies and procedures in place that address what Dr. Kirk just mentioned, and a way to implement that into the ROE process for employees.
Well, we're gonna include the PIC, but I would suggest $1,000 fine on the basis of $250 investigative cost for each one. $1,000 total investigative cost. Do the in-service that I described previously on regulation 3 and update their policy and procedure manual to specifically include section on pharmacy security, and then send us the results of that in service and aids that they have made the policy.
Is that okay? Okay.
Yes.
All right, who's gonna bring this in the form of a motion?
So,
All right. We have a motion and a second, any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
So what they're saying is, and we would have our new council write up, this be a non-disciplinary consent agreement that we would reflect that it was investigative costs, which basically is time of inspection, time of preparation, time of the board, rather than disciplinary. That means it would not be reported to the National Data Bank if you're doing any of your renewals or anything. They do want you to follow back up with an in-service undertakes, and I would put, just like that clause I kind of stated, in that written policy procedure that you have on file for the text, have them sign off on it and send us a copy for your current staff. And then that will resolve it. If you agree to it, once we get this all written up, we'll send it to your legal counsel. If there are questions about any of the specific language, our attorneys will go back and forth on that and then have that in order for you to consider.
I would actually go one step further in your policy. I would specifically state what the techs are to do if the pharmacist is not present. Actually spell out the steps that we need to follow.
Well, Harold, I mean, if the pharmacist is not present, they can't be one.
Yeah, that needs to be spelled out, is what I'm saying.
So it'd be one line then.
Yeah.
They can't be the pharmacist.
We'll wait on, your council, Ashley to send it to us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. You'll need a quick 5 minutes for the next one.
Yeah.
Sorry, Adam.
You're unmuted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kevin. Okay. Everybody ready to read
Yes, ma'am.
the next case? Are we in,
Settle check.
what about the 9:30? Is she coming?
This is 9:30.
This is 9:30?
Yes.
All right, we gotta do this in reverse.
Yes. So Counselor, if you want to introduce your client, and I'll go over our process real quick.
Yes, this is Julie Sedlicek. She's a pharmacist. Normally she's working at the VA. She's not working presently.
And Julie, I'm John Kirkley. I know we met in school. That's been a few years for both of us. Who you're talking to today here at the board table, we have 5 of our pharmacy board members. Mr. Harold Simpson, one of our public members, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of this informal committee, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Rodney Richmond. The other side of the table, we are staff members here at the board. Myself, Dr. Spring McCrady is our assistant director, and Ms. Ashley Bales is our legal counsel. We call this an informal conference because it is less formal than a full hearing. This is more of a discussion back and forth across the table. The biggest 2 differences are, one, we don't swear everybody in. We don't have a court reporter and a hearing officer, which gives us a lot more freedom just to have a discussion. The other thing is, whenever you're here for an informal conference, whatever they come up with today, you could agree or disagree with. Since yours is an application for reinstatement, if you agree with whatever they ask for or indicate, then we either put it in writing or do whatever it is they ask us to do to go forward. If you disagree with it, you kind of have 2 choices. One is to say, forget this and walk away. The other is to request a hearing before the full board at a later date, which would be all 8 members. Realizing you've never been in front of our board of pharmacy, do you have any questions about how this works? Okay. With that, if you do have any questions, you need to have a sidebar with your legal counsel or anything, or ask questions of us during it, just get our attention, wave us off, and we'll be happy to accommodate. For the board members, you should have a copy of Dr. Sedlicek's application for reinstatement. I'll make sure that my tablet is working. It should be number 1, I believe. Yes, number 1. As you'll see in there, Dr. Sedlicek did disclose there were a couple of things on her background that had happened when she was previously licensed with the board, and you can see some of the email exchanges through that. Have a quick summary.
Yes, I can provide a summary. The board was concerned with this reinstatement of the application for the license due to 2 incidents. One, DWI from December 29, 2018. And this was also a refusal to submit to a chemical test for careless driving, leaving the scene of an accident happened in Bentonville. And Ms. Sedlicek had sideswiped another vehicle, and she kept driving and also struck a mailbox. But as Dr. Kirtley indicated, she did self-report this to the board. Our records show she pled guilty and completed her obligations to the court. And I have in our records another DWI from August 21, 2020. DWI speeding, careless imprudent driving, also by Bentonville Police Department. She pled guilty and also completed her obligations to the court. Then she's licensed as well by the Board of Pharmacy in California. She was disciplined based on these DWI incidents, I believe, and she's been on probation for 5 years in August of 2022. She was admitted to a residential treatment program in September of 2020. And we don't know any follow-up from that or any aftercare or any specifics from requirements regarding any treatment from the California board. She did not get her license with Arkansas in 2021, but applied with us again in August of 22.
Just a brief summary on there, on behalf of Dr. Sedlicek. But the history that I have is a lot of it's what Ms. Bills has, but She was licensed in 2003 in Arkansas. In 2010, she was licensed in California. In August of 2015, her daughter, who was 1 year old at the time, Addie, died of a rare cancer. She had had no issues before that, but that's obviously a tragic event, and it caused her emotional issues. In 2016, she started with the VA as a staff pharmacist. In December the 29th, 2018, she got her first DWI, and there was no blood alcohol content because she didn't take the breathalyzer, but the circumstances there, she was with a friend around Christmas at a friend's house about 5 minutes away. They got sad about Addie, and her friend's son also had just been diagnosed with leukemia. And one thing led to another, and they drank, and the rest is history. She got stopped. She did the court ordered probation, successfully completed all that. Community services classes, marijuana device, and all that. She voluntarily, after that, started going to therapy and seeing a psychiatrist to work with her grief, and now her legal problem. In January 2019, she self-reported to the board. And there's a letter in the file from January the 28th, letter to Luke, the attorney at the time. And Luke wrote back that same day, checking with his client that there was a no action letter and it was placed in her file. So that takes us through the first DWI, I believe. At that time, she still had her Arkansas and her California license, although she was here. Her husband, they're out of divorce, but had, I think, family in California, and so that was an option of working there at one time at least. But she had Arkansas and California license at this time, but she's working at the VA, which can take a license from anywhere in the United States. Doesn't have to be state dependent. She was never accused of being impaired at work or anything of that sort. August the 21st, 2020, she got her second BWI. And the blood alcohol content at that time was 0.12, with 0.18 or 0.8 being legal BWI. So she's 1.5 times over the limit, basically. That was in the middle of COVID, and right after her divorce was final. That was dropped to DWI-1 for some reason. I'm not sure the legal maneuvering there, but it was her second one, but it shows on the record as being the first one according to the court.
Probably different state.
I think it's the same state. Yeah, it's the same state. So, I question how that happened, but it's what it is. But it was her second one in reality. She was home by herself and went to get some food, and she got pulled over for speeding at that time. In the circumstances there, she realized that she was having depression and voluntarily went to the Northwest Arkansas Medical Center in Springdale for 1 week in the psychiatric psych unit. From there, she decided what facility she wanted treatment at, and decided to go to Florida House in Florida, which has an addiction side and a mental health side. She was 5 weeks inpatient in that facility, Florida House, and transitioned to outpatient. But because of COVID at the time, she only did 3 weeks of intensive outpatient at home in Arkansas. And a lot of that was over Zoom because of the circumstances with the pandemic. She successfully completed that and was released back to work at the VA. I think she got a clearance letter that we had from that treatment. Then it comes time to renew her California license. We kind of fast forward, it comes time to renew her California license. She renewed her license and disclosed both BWIs to the California board. There's no exception at any time. And there's been no exception in Arkansas applications as well, with my understanding. Both BWIs were in the same period for California, so both were disclosed. California renewed her license, but had to investigate the circumstances of the BWIs and that took quite a long time. But she's working in Arkansas, the VA on her California license at that time. She, at that time, didn't think she needed the Arkansas license. But it comes time to renew her Arkansas license, and she didn't renew it. So she didn't report anything to Arkansas because there was no application submitted. So she self-reported the first BWI to Luke Daniel. He got a clearance letter, no action letter. And the second one, there was never an opportunity to report that because she didn't renew her license here, although she did report it in California when she renewed that license. Because I think at that time she can explain they thought they might move back to California with her husband, her then husband, and she would want to go back to California with him. Or maybe they were divorced, but anyway, he got custody. They moved back to California. If he did, she'd want to go with him because of the children. They had 2 children together. So she has a California license, but her Arkansas license is expired at this time. California eventually offered her probation, and that she could still work at that time. But her probation had to be completed in California, not in Arkansas. So she's in a quandary because she's in Arkansas, and California says you can work and you can have our license, but you got to do your probation here in California. And she was here, so she couldn't do it. So California suspended her license. I guess for not being in compliance with the probation or not being able to complete it. But they suspended it and said if you're going to be in Arkansas, you need an Arkansas license. So she reapplied for her Arkansas license, which she had allowed to lapse. Disclosed both DWIs, just like she did in California, in the California district. There was no deception there. And then at that time, the board said, no, we need to see about this and maybe get an evaluation. I'm not sure well the reasons were, but that's kind of where we sit today. And we got this informal hearing. So she's here to explain all that, but that's kind of the timeline of how it happened.
And I can explain that for our board, generally, the board members have indicated if someone has, multiple alcohol incidences in a shorter period of time, we would generally do a referral directly to a pharmacy support group to request a professional evaluation from one of the centers we use. While we have some limited paperwork, it's basically is council indicated like the release letter with a plan or like outpatient treatment. It appears to us, I understand that it's a little bit squishy because I don't know exactly how their program works, but it looks like they were having her enroll in their support group for a 5-year period for their ERP program while she was on probation. In California.
I'm not sure about the 5 years of being in a support group. That was all confusing to me.
But she is willing to.
They were wanting me to enroll in it. You have to be a California resident.
Because they were, because they require you to attend meetings there,
Right.
similar to ours.
Right.
She's willing to enroll in the Arkansas Pharmacy Support Group. She's been 2 years sober, I believe, maybe a little bit longer, and no issues. In that she feels like she's got a hold on it. She went through the treatment. So I think the main issue is does she need to go get an evaluation to say she needs to be in a support group, which she's already agreed to, monitoring and all that goes along with that. She's not adverse to it at all. In fact, it would help her prove that she is sober.
I think a lot of times for us, and this is for your education as well, it's not just the enrollment in the support group. Generally, if someone is in the support group, we get advocacy from them. So if the board says today, go get with Turner, enroll in the support group, they will be able to see, whatever drug test you've been on. We haven't gotten into, are there any other medications involved, which we usually have. That's part of what we get in the full-blown eval is if there are other medications involved or a risk of other medications involved. But if the support group came with advocacy, that's generally a pretty easy decision for the board versus is there a different route?
Now, she was on Ambien, I believe, but, she had stopped that or was willing to stop that, and she gets that from her psychiatrist, but we did that. So that's not, that's an illegal, not an illegal,
Yeah, it's a
prohibited substance, and she's gonna stop it. I mean, she's gonna do what the support group says to get their advocacy. I think the issue is she have to go get a inpatient evaluation to get to where we are right now, because she's had treatment, she's had some outpatient evaluations, or intensive outpatient treatments, and she says she's been sober for 2 years without incident. And so she likely,
I have, it was one of those handheld devices that does VAC. It takes your picture, so you can't like fake it
You
out.
can't have somebody else do it.
Correct. I mean, so I have data from that. I would do that twice a day, because I thought that would show you can't drink somewhere if you're testing twice a day, so you're not. But I have data from that for over a year.
Isn't that our procedure?
It generally, I mean, in some ways, I defer to the group. If they felt like they had enough information with everything she has to start if they say a monitoring contract, so I'm gonna stammer and stutter around this. Sometimes the argument for an eval is, if she said, I don't have an addictive disease issue and therefore I don't need to be monitored, I don't need to be in a 12-step program, that's when we are really like, we need an eval because we want the experts to tell us if they think she does or not. If that's basically already established, that I'm not going to argue that point of it, I would be willing to bet that the support group might just say, come sign a contract, we're going to get just a little bit of time under our belt, and then we could consider, the discussions of advocacy. That's my guess.
And that was gonna be my question, is this something that we could get, input back from the support group on? Or do we have to make that determination today? So.
I think if you send her the support group and she's willing to do that, we get her in touch with Turner today, he'll probably do a contract that would start their random drug screen for more than just alcohol, and set her up with a monitoring contract, and she discusses with them how they, I mean, their next meeting is the first Sunday in February. They've met this past Sunday, but that would give her time to meet them, get signed up, and then start meeting with them in a couple of weeks.
And then would they give us feedback if they determine, well, we think
If they really think that they need it, they're going to ask her for that. And in that way, I think it helps, Darren, for your question of, my suggestion for that is usually you need an eval if we're going to argue about whether or not you need to be the support group. If it's, hey, I'm ready to sign up for the support group, I don't know that argument's there, then it's a clinical issue if they feel like they need to go.
And so then would we kind of go through normal procedures where the support group then comes back?
They try
on
to
behalf, or Dr. Sedgwick's behalf, and advocates and says,
Yeah.
we would like to advocate for her to go back to work 20 hours a week.
Yep.
Okay.
Joe, is there a consent agreement that will come with the board also, or is it?
She's not licensed right now.
I mean, once she becomes licensed.
Yeah, well, it would be up to the board. It would generally be like our normal probationary consent agreement that lays out the terms of who you have practice. And so for Dr. Sedlicek, when the support group comes back with advocacy for somebody, the board is answering two questions. And the first question is the dependent one of, are we going to let this person go back to practice? In your instance, it would be, are we going to reinstate the license to let them go back to practice? And if that answer is yes, then it's under what criteria? Support usually starts out with 20 hours a week for a month or so to basically help you get your feet under you, and it prevents you from being abandoned in a pharmacy by yourself. Like, they want you with another pharmacist while you're in that 20 hours. It's funny, I've had people over here gripe about that, and I've had people go, man, thank goodness I wasn't left alone with a computer system I'd never seen by myself on day number 2 of the job, like I was right out of school. I think Dr. Charlie and I discussed it. We graduated, and 2 days later, I'm in charge of a pharmacy that I'd never even seen a computer system, just met people, which is scary. But that's kind of the two-part question. I think if you went that way, you could literally you don't have to take a negative action on her application, table it, and it would still be valid for a year from when it started.
Okay, and you're just proactively answering every question. So
I've done this several times.
As far as taking any action, that's what the board decides. We probably wouldn't take any action on the licensure request reinstatement.
You can just say, our suggestion would be to table the application at this time and suggest that she goes to the support group in anticipation of coming back with advocacy, something to take action on it.
That sounds like a good motion now.
Sure, I'll put that.
Second.
I do have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Just since it's on the application, what happened if your Texas license expired?
I had lived in Texas, and since I wasn't in Texas, it just, I just haven't.
So there's no action? You
Oh,
just
no,
let it-
no, actually, yeah.
Okay, any other questions? All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? The motion passes.
You have Turner's contact info, if you need it.
I'll look at it.
I'll send it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This bill will write it up and we first have the board's time. Thank you.
Good luck.
Well, I'd say contact him before you leave town, and that way if y'all need to be released, might be there. I don't know where he is.
Where's their office? Is it UMS or?
No, he is with, he works with a group of facilities, so he's in a different facility, but every time I talk to him, we're in his car between.
That's in a bar.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Got nothing to wait.
Good luck.
Get him for 10:30. Or, facility email.
Yeah.
It's not regular. Yeah. Maybe, somewhere.
That's a tag, yeah.
You don't have much to do.
Yeah.
You better get security.
This is called.
That's what I said, you better get over there.
Okay.
I'd like to serve.
I said that until the one they were trying to pull the jury for was a pharmacy robbery, and I already do all the stuff.
It's not a 6 month.
So they weren't gonna let me on that one.
6 months or kind
Yeah. Well, they let, does anybody know anything about this case? And I raised my hand, like, I was like, well, I work at Florida Pharmacy, this was reported to me, I used to work with that pharmacist, and I know that one.
Look up David Letterman's top 10 ways to avoid
Oh,
dinner
I've
service.
seen it. It's funny. Hey, guys, if you want to tell us who you are, I'll tell you who all these people are, and then we'll let Kevin tell us why we're here.
Okay.
Sounds good.
I'm Casey Taylor. I'm the director at Informal Hospital.
Nathan Gray, and the director at St. Mary's in Russellville.
So on this table that you're talking to, we call this an informal conference. You've got 5 of our pharmacy board members, to my left, to your right. Harold Simpson, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Littlemore Newsom, who's the chair of this informal committee, Dr. Brian Jolly, and Dr. Rodney Rick. On the other side, we are staff members here at the board, myself, Dr. Brenda Brady, our assistant director, Ms. Ashley Bales, who's our legal counsel, Dr. Kevin Robertson, who is our inspector investigator, largely deals with hospital issues. This is a little bit different because you're asking for approvals to a different type of offsite board review. I think you guys have seen this process before. And if that's okay, if you have any questions during this, by all means, stop us and ask. But with that, I'm gonna let Dr. Robertson tell us why we're here and any comments.
Okay, so, in case you can help me with this as I mess things up, so, because I'm a little gray on some things. Y'all are part of a system that's called LifePoint. Okay, so LifePoint in Arkansas owns 3 facilities. Saline National Park and St. Mary's in Russell. And I guess I would call him, I guess, the vice president of pharmacy services. Is that his name? I mean, what his title?
He's kind of a regional operations.
Yeah.
Okay, his name is what?
Brian Jones.
Okay, Brian presented to the board last year, what it was, can't remember the dates. Wishing to get approval for National Park to have offsite order verification. During that discussion, it came up of, well, in the future, they like to add these other sister facilities. They weren't ready yet. And it wasn't, internalized at those two facilities. So the question was by Brian, do we have to come back later or can it be done now? And so Brian was informed, you have to come back because that's the way we've done it to make sure that things are just done per what we, historically processed. So anyway, Brian reached out to me and asked, well, when can Celine start, doing offsite verification? And we don't need to come back to the board. That was kind of what was stated by Brian. My mess up, it's my mess up, I will own it 100%, is that I didn't verify what Brian stated. Okay, I took him at his word. And after going back, so we allowed Celine Memorial to begin when y'all started September last year. So they were doing it until September, until St. Mary's wanted to go live, which was roughly when? October?
Yeah, somewhere.
Okay, so around October. And I thought, well, this is weird, two facilities without ever having to appear before the board. That's weird. So I started looking into it, found the minutes for the meeting, watched the audio from YouTube and so forth, and the video. And it was stated directly, obviously, you're supposed to get, approval.
And we discussed, I think there's confusion between, we've approved that this entity can do it. So the entity itself has had approvals, like we've approved pipeline to do it, or
Yes.
Cardinal or something else versus individual facilities. And I'll add, or I'll interject, that it sounds to me, and I think it sounds to staff like the board has started leaning towards, if somebody wants to add one more facility in a group, if staff is comfortable with it, giving staff the ability to approve it, but we don't have that yet.
We don't have that.
So the very short version is,
Yeah.
they're here to add a facility.
Sorry,
We did have it
I'm
get
trying
done.
to paint the problem.
Yeah, no, it's 100% accurate. With some confusion, they want to add a facility, and I think the staff would wonder if the board would explore allowing us to add additional facilities like this instead of having to have the time out to wait.
Yeah, so to answer your question, Dr. Kraus, yes, I'm 100% good with it. Because they already sent, and I believe y'all have included in the packet, the policy procedures for offsite verification. It says it's not there to replace an on-site presence or reduce an on-site presence. And that it's been reviewed by your corporate compliance. And so they feel they're comfortable with making sure that HIPAA is not violated and so forth. And, again, offsite verification, y'all are going to provide, you're going to go from, I guess, probably at certain points, you've got non-profile machines that you're going to move to profile machines. So it hopefully reduces medication errors because you're taking these automated dispensing cabinets off profile status.
Yeah, specifically it's for overnight. Right now, we have processes in place for nurses and nurse supervisors to double check orders that are entered when we're not there, that we can't verify. So we're moving hopefully from that to every order is verified by pharmacy.
Right.
Best practice.
Just check out.
It's not even expensive.
Okay, so we got two things that we need to take a vote on. Did you have a question while we
I
were
did,
in?
I don't remember the initial request, I don't know how, you said it was last one.
Yeah.
So we approved Celine to do, remote verification for national park. It's common ownership, no?
No,
What
okay.
was that?
Okay, so where I was going with that was, again, my mess up was saying Celine, when he asked, hey, when can we go ahead and start rolling out Celine? it was stated that it was already approved. It wasn't for Saline. Okay, so a national park is being serviced by what?
There's a group of Lock Point pharmacists, 2 or 3 or 4, which are licensed in Arkansas. And I think y'all approved that group to verify the orders for national park.
Okay.
And I guess Brian was under the impression since that group was approved, the pharmacists specifically were approved that they need the same official approval. Besides word of mouth, and that's what he stood.
Okay.
It wasn't the same.
So are we approving the data group or are we approving?
Well, I think that's what Laura is saying. We've got 2 things to address. One is the approval, which began already in September for Saline, to be quite candid, because of my mess up. Okay, because I didn't go back and verify that.
Who's doing the ultrasound?
The same pharmacist at the National Park, by the way.
Okay.
And we, so therefore, because of it was timed around the request for St. Mary's of Russellville, I said, hold off until we go before the meeting. Okay, so he's been waiting until, it's approved through this board.
So for St. Mary's, it's going to be, all 3 hospitals, it's going to be this group of pharmacists that are.
Yes.
And you guys aren't looking for stuff? Never had this?
No.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, so you want I need a motion to approve of what we have before us today for this facility.
Motion. So we're approving both,
Saline and
and St. Mary's just in one motion?
Right,
Okay, and I'll say.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Okay, now we need a motion to give board staff authority to approve
Expansion of current. approval.
add-ons to what you already have in place. Or expansion, what you're doing.
Well, I'll make that motion because I think I was the one that brought it up last time is something that I think we should consider. So I'll make the motion.
I get a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays?
Now, the caution is, that means that's one more thing that we're taking off the agenda where we can have a positive interaction at all times.
That's true.
Because people think
But
that.
John, when they request it and you guys review it and approve it, just remind them that the board.
Unless they'd rather come before the board acts.
I mean, obviously, I'm sorry, go ahead.
How many votes do we have for?
So here's the fascinating thing.
Okay.
2 points. Anytime more than one of you is meeting, it's a public meeting, it's a meeting. But if you talk about quorum, it'd be majority of the board, which would be 5.
How many do we have, how many votes do we have to pass something on that?
Technically, I mean, you already quorum would be 5. You've got 5.
The only reason I question, I didn't hear Harold vote one way or the other, and when Laura chairing the committee, I don't think she voted.
The chair in our board generally does not vote. And because they do not vote, they often say a majority of the voting quorum would be 4, even though a strict majority is 5. Some organizations argue whether or not the president votes or not. So,
We have to bribe up Harold to vote.
yeah.
Are you with us or with us? I didn't hear you.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you understand what we did?
Probably better than I do.
Yeah. So I got to thinking, I said, I wonder if this is confusing to you, but it's not, okay.
I just didn't see her here and vote. I want to make sure.
And the reason I proposed that was because, I mean, we've gone through a lot of those, just in my short time on board. And I'm comfortable with you guys vetting them, first of all. And second, you can run into situations where somebody's just really want to add something and they're waiting 6 months.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Which to me just kind of delays things.
I would say, and that's what I was going to say for Dr. Richmond, I didn't want to interrupt him, was if we do, at least if I'm involved with it, if it's brought before me for review, is I'll make sure that if there's any reservations for whatever reason, I'll bring it to the board and go. I just don't feel comfortable making that decision. So
Yeah. If he's uncomfortable, it's going to Dr. McCrady's office, we're all talking, we're like, well, this is not a decision for us.
All done. Thank you all for coming.
Appreciate that consideration.
Thanks.
Good to see you guys.
You too.
Can you put it on mute?
Well, our next.
Where are we on thinking this? Okay. All right, Bill's in the back.
Madam Chair, if it's okay with you, I think we have a quick update on our 11 o'clock.
Okay. Yes, it's Eliana Murillo. This is a holdover from an informal from March 22. We will allow her tech license to go under. And she provided the board with updates, and she has done that. She's not here this morning. She has a 7-month-old with an ear infection. So she cannot be here today. She's still working, but she's under maternity leave from CVS in Charlotte, so she still is working, and we have in the packet those updates. And they're dated May of 22, and I think they were held over because of COVID, and she hasn't been in since then, but we wanted to update the board. I think, and Dr. McCrady's talked to her as well, and feel like she's doing pretty good.
It's very stable. We received some reports on her, and she's not having any problems at all. We also postponed because, of course, we didn't have an attorney, so kind of pushed her back a little bit. I think she's doing very well, and I think just regular updates to the board without having to come in formal will probably be appropriate at this time.
Motion.
How long effort to provide those?
Well, she came in March of 2022, so she's provided updates from there. I talked to her several times on the telephone, in addition to just paper updates, just to kind of see how she's doing and let her know that we're postponing because of the lack of time and COVID and the and so she was scheduled to be here today, can't be here because of this.
There's no red flags for us. I think the main thing was the board wanted reassurance that it was going okay for her.
She's still attending AA and doing all the things that she's supposed to do. That's a good report, and the fact that she's sticking to it and values her career enough that she would do what we're asking. So do we just give her another date? What is our next performance? We haven't scheduled one yet. I don't know if we want to give her another date or just let her update the board.
It's good enough.
Board in writing.
You can update us in writing. Don't be good, let's do it, you all. Let's go with me. What about the rest of you all?
It's fine with me.
Okay.
I mean, at some point, do you think we could consider not having to provide updates, or it's just kind of
That's up to you. If you want to do it now, you can.
maybe review it in a year or so?
Go ahead and make that motion.
I make a motion that we go ahead and accept our updates as presented. We require her to go to the next informal, continue to keep forward updated until, we'll just say January of next year if we haven't, at least for the next 12 months, and then we can decide if we want to continue to have provide updates or start. Without updates.
I have a second to that motion.
Second.
I have a second, any further discussion?
So say do the updates through 2023 or till January of 2024?
I would say the first informal after in 2023. If the staff could give us an update on how she's been doing.
You mean 2024?
I'm sorry, thank you, Dr. Krause, on 2024. See how she's doing at that point. Whether we have
Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? The motion passes. Okay, who do we have with next?
Tab number 5, Williams.
So I'm going to cross out, we're not going to do a support group thing today.
No, we don't have any. Very good.
Morning.
How are you?
Doing well, yourselves?
So, Mr. Williams, I think you've been in front of the committee before, and you've kind of seen how the process works. I will point out, who we have here today, because some of the people may change. So my left, you're right, we have Harold Simpson, one of our pharmacy board members. It's a more recent appointment, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's chair of the Informal, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and then in addition to myself and Dr. McCready, our assistant director, we also have Ms. Ashley Bales, who's our attorney as of recent. As I recall, and Dr. McCready's going to correct me where I misspeak, I think when you had appeared in June, the board had asked you to give us some medical records reflecting that there were no other issues, and that you would be safe to practice. I think that you sent in some records, and I defer to legal counsel Dr. McCready. I don't think we've got anything newer than about 2019.
We received a statement from Philip, Dr. Philip, myself, from 11/12/2022, but there are no, we didn't find any supporting records past 2019. Have you been to see them since then?
Yes, and I believe I emailed you about those, and I talked to you on the phone about it as well.
Yeah, and I went through all of these and I don't find them in the stack of records.
We sent
Sent a letter of November 17th, 22.
I have that.
There's also the document. So the letter was in 17. Is it all right if I go through my?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Definitely.
Do you have any records there in front of you?
Right. I sent these to Dr. McGrady. The email on page 4 indicates you're still attached. The top page is the most recent one.
Yeah, that's all the ones I found.
So they're small. Okay. I'll be right back.
Okay. Do you normally be on the phone when you're doing business?
I was going through the emails. I asked if it was all right for me to go to my
Yeah, he's doing
phone.
this.
Oh, okay, all right.
But those that we have, we'll take care of.
All right.
Are you still licensed in the nursing home?
No, ma'am.
Or is your license on probation with the nursing home?
I never received my license. I was just waiting to sit for the test.
Did you ever sit for the test?
No, I have not yet.
What's your license, will you be sitting for?
Registered nurse.
Okay, so you've already done all your training there,
Yes, ma'am. I've
completed,
received
you
my
know,
degree.
you've had a candidate for testing now?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Woods, have you resolved all of your court cases?
Yes, ma'am.
When were those resolved?
Upon completion of the drug court program in Boulder County in 2019, 2021.
Okay. And in the records of the DWI and domestic abuse,
Yes, ma'am.
is that what you went to drug court for?
Well, I went to drug court because I was out on bail for the felony charges, the domestic abuse, and then obviously the DWI and a possession charge. And so they recommended drug court for me. And by taking drug court, it was going to seal those records.
And what was the drug they alleged you were in possession of?
Marijuana.
When you went into drug court, did you plead guilty to those charges or did
No.
they defer those?
No, I didn't plead guilty on any charges other than the DWI.
Okay. So they left those open for you to complete drug court. Can you elaborate what the requirements were for drug court?
Drug court, it was daily drug testing, weekly, sometimes bi-weekly counseling sessions, individual and group.
And how long, and you completed that program?
This one.
How long did it take you to complete the program?
Program minimum is 18 months. I completed it in 19.
So you have no outstanding issues in criminal court then?
No, ma'am.
Were any of those charges felony charges of having drugs?
No, ma'am. There was a misdemeanor possession charge, and then the DWI is also misdemeanor.
And I will tell you that I do have that email,
Okay,
but it
yeah.
starts with the 2/25/2019.
Yes, ma'am. I was looking at that too, and then scrolling down, it looks like scrolling down. So, which means you don't have any felony convictions or charges? No, sir.
Do you still smoke marijuana?
No, ma'am.
No, marijuana card?
No, ma'am.
And I just want to, we may have asked you this last time, I'm sorry. You got a degree in nursing, you got your bachelor's?
I have my associates in nursing.
Okay.
I completed that at UALR.
Okay. And you're waiting to test to get your registered nursing license?
Yes, sir.
So what's, remind me, why are you going to work with pharmacy technician?
Well, just in case I'm not able to sit for the nursing board, I'd like to work again as a pharmacy technician. Right now I work as a medical assistant and phlebotomist at a clinic in Conway. You know, kind of still in that same field, but I'd like to still pursue like it. If the nursing board does not allow me to sit, you know, I'd like to pursue pharmacy.
Do I remember that you worked at Walgreens at some point?
Yes, ma'am. I worked at Walgreens in Conway for 4 years as a pharmacy technician, and put myself through nursing school working there. And then I graduated nursing school, and then ended up, I had a job lined up at UAMS, and so I quit the pharmacy tech job at Walgreens, waiting to test and then waiting to, well, and then I got in trouble.
And did you let your pharmacy technician lapse or?
I did, because I had,
You thought you were moving on, but it's something different. When you say if I'm allowed to sit, so you haven't gone through the application process with the board of nursing?
not yet, I haven't submitted the support.
Here's 2 copies so far. I guess I can share those.
And John, I apologize, it started for the same day as the ones I had, so I thought there was the same one we did talk about.
This is the full original. What they have.
Those are back to the call.
Yeah, we'll give that back to him, but the part in front of the blue is what I just handed in. It should take a minute for it to run through.
So what are you waiting on for the nursing board?
It's just me submitting the application, going through the application process, contacting my school to make sure they. So I have to contact the school to get a letter from them saying, you know, that I went through the program, completed the program. So it's just getting everything together and submitting the application.
How long has it been since you were eligible to, when did you graduate?
Graduated nursing school in 2017. And shortly after that, that's whenever I received the felony charges. I had tested before for the nursing board and just did not pass. When was that? 2018.
So I have a question, because you just referred to it as felony charge. I think earlier you said they were misdemeanors. What is the felony charge?
The drug charges.
Drug charge was felony, then you went to drug court for it?
No, ma'am, the drug charges were misdemeanors. The felony were the assault and
And how did that resolve?
those were sealed.
Were you convicted of a felony?
No, ma'am.
Were you convicted of the charges?
No, ma'am.
Did you plead down to something?
No, ma'am.
So you found out guilty?
It was no contest, not guilty. I didn't plead to any of those charges. It was just kind of grouped into the drug court.
Okay.
On completion of drug court, those charges would be sealed. So I didn't plead into it as guilty or not guilty.
You know what triggered your depression?
I'm sorry,
You know what triggers your depression?
what triggered?
Did certain events or did something happen that was life changing that pushed you over?
No, I mean, I've been struggling with depression since I was 14. Well, it's childhood traumas, but triggering it, I mean, it's just stuff that I guess that I work on. I don't know.
Or you trying to find yourself?
Was I don't think so. I mean, I felt like it was a, regular upbringing, but I guess talking through it, I mean, it wasn't, physical abuse sometimes, but it's just what everybody did.
You know, they different at the age you were.
Are you having any issues with the nursing board as far as trying to get licensed? Have you applied there? Or what?
So I applied last year and, they let me sit, I didn't pass the test, and then so I'm applying again for this year.
In the reports, the doctor states that you state that you're having difficulty with the nursing, with some issues with the nursing board. You're dealing with the process with the nursing board. Regarding the license, is that just that testing and all that?
Yes, ma'am. Just the testing and, because, they put me on hold whenever, because I wasn't licensed and, I was just sitting for the test. And so they suspended my application until I completed the drug court program. And after submitting all the paperwork and stuff, they allowed me to sit last year and I passed the test. And so I'm resubmitting my application for this year.
To reset the test.
He also reported that you were at the position on 11/28, now this is 10/10, that you were having some difficulty with anxiety and you were not taking your medications. Are you taking your medications at this time?
I am. Yeah, just some anxious feelings about, not knowing what's going to happen, with the nursing board. Don't know kind of like where to go now, with my life. Because, throughout the whole program of drug court, that was my goal, was to complete this and, pursue my career as a registered nurse. So it's pretty much really kind of where the part.
You're not drinking at all?
Drinking, no.
So are you attending any AA meetings or any sort of support group?
I do AA meetings down in Conway.
I think I missed it. When did the drug court and all that, what year was it, like what time?
Started in 2019 and ended in 2021.
And you completed it in 19 months. So you were done in 2021?
Yes, sir.
And then since then, the Board of Nursing has considered your application and said, fine, we'll let you sit for the exam, and just didn't pass it.
Do you have an opportunity as a technician somewhere?
I'm sorry,
Do you have an opportunity to go to work as a technician somewhere? Do you have a job?
as a pharmacy technician, I have not applied or haven't. As of now, I work as a medical assistant for pharmacists. I'm able to receive my license back, yes, I would like to pursue a technician job. Not sure if I'll we'll go back to Walgreens, but.
Any other questions? Any other thoughts?
We asked you to bring us an update and an update. Looks like a study. Probably, it sounds like all of the legal issues are resolved.
I'm getting my, so I had to wait 5 years for the DWI to be sealed, and I'll be sealing that this year. In July.
You've got a great chance to do some wonderful things in pharmacy that has come along in the last couple of years. As a pharmacy tech, being able to draw blood, being able to, document things that go on with testing, things like that. But you really can't screw it up by going backwards, because it would be forgiving, I don't think, in that spot.
Yes, sir.
Y'all ready to entertain a motion?
Yeah.
That was the motion. All right. Second.
I'm sorry.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? Motion passes. You be great for license. Good luck.
So what we'll do, since his was back in 18 or 19, we have to get a new application from him that it would be approvable at this point, is what we handle, because they go out a day after a year.
All right.
So,
You need to reply?
No.
Go ahead and read it.
You need to reply because of the time lapse.
So Dr. McCrady's going out front for our person that processes these to figure out exactly what we need from you, and I'm gonna give you your copy of your papers back as well.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck.
I believe that is it for our agenda. All right, look, Little River, y'all come on over here.
Oh, okay.
Get sit in the hot seats.
I need to be sitting right directly in front of it. I've never done this before.
It might be better than they can have a video, have you on video.
No one's to sit with you.
No, they didn't want me to. I need to click to start my video.
No, you're good.
Oh.
Yeah, you're fine. If you're gonna tell us who you are, and I'll introduce who you're talking to at the table up here.
Okay, my name is Shawn Rayburn. I'm the pharmacist for Little River Memorial Hospital in Ashdown.
Well, Dr. Rayburn, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the head of the Florida Pharmacy, or the director. On this side of the table, your staff members, myself, Dr. Brenda Crady is our assistant director. Ashley Bales is our legal counsel. Of course, you know Dr. Robertson, our inspector investigator also. On the other side, we have 5 of our pharmacy board members. We have Mr. Harold Simpson, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's the chair of this informal committee, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Rodney Richmond. As I recall today, and I'll let Dr. Robertson give you probably a better overview, we're here today to talk about potentially reducing the hours of this critical access hospital.
Yes.
As I recall. And with that, it's important to know we call this informal. It's a less formal interaction with the board than a disciplinary hearing or a full board meeting where you have all 8 board members present. Some of the things still apply in this. If you, after the discussion that we have back and forth, the board members are going to come up with some sort of proposed decision, and something you can agree with or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go forward with whatever the board members instruct us to do. If you disagree with it, then it gives you a chance to request a hearing before the full board at a later date to be all 8 board members, and it's just a little bit more formal process. Realizing I don't think you've ever been here before, do you have any questions about how the process works?
No.
Okay. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Robertson to give us a brief overview, then I think the board members will have some questions.
Okay.
Okay, so back in December the 13th, I did an on-site inspection for Little River Memorial in Ashdown. But Sean and I talked before, Dr. Rayburn and I talked before I came down, just because the smaller hospitals are harder to kind of schedule when somebody's going to be there and everything, so I pre-coordinate those. Anyway, so we talked through it, and just to kind of give you a precursor to something that might be coming up later. We have a reg that says hospitals will have a certain minimum number of hours of presence, just like you do for a retail license. If it's a critical access hospital, less than 50 beds, then it's a little more vague. It's kind of spelled out, but you still have to have a 5-day, that 5-day per week presence. That's what it states, is 5 days. But if it needs to be modified, it can be presented before the board. I'll just precurse the fact that the health department does deemed status for certain hospitals. Okay, some people use DMV or Joint Commission to do their deemed status, but most of the smaller hospitals use the health department. The reason I bring up the health department in this, and I'm sorry if this is more than, but I think you need the background because some other things that will probably come up at a later date. I'd rather kind of spell out in this case too, is that the health department had found some places that the on-site pharmacy presence was obviously not being met, and it had led to issues. Okay, and so we went back and looked through our records to see what had happened previously as far as the board's approval, what was approved, what was authorized. However, really couldn't find anything. What was authorized less than, if there was anything less than 20 hours, that's what we've always shot for, 20 hours. That's the health department looked at things for 20-hour minimum at a smaller hospital. So in that regard, Sean and I have talked about the hours that in the days of the staffing that she provides, where she was, and I wanted to do the on-site inspection to see, was she able to meet the need of the hour provided to patient care with the hours that she currently was able to do, right? Was the need being met? And so I've only found a few things in the inspection. It wasn't exorbitant or whatever. So really what she's here to do is to ask for some latitude for hours and days of staffing. And if anybody's got any questions of me from my ramblings there, yes.
You said a 20-hour minimum, and I'm looking at the reg right here. License fits 50 or less. Then I haven't seen anything about hours, it just says 5 days a week.
We just say 5 days a week. It's just something that
we've tried to maintain.
20 hours. We know that for a smaller hospital, I would say most of them are right. If they do 20 hours, it usually has met the need, is what we've said. That's why that is kind of just set up as historically, that's the way it's been approached. Is that correct?
I don't know when the board made that interpretation. I mean, it's sometime well before 2004 when I got here, but what I was always told from Charlie, from Ron, from the people before me is, well, if it's critical access, less than 50 beds, we as staff can approve down to 20 hours as long as that appears to be sufficient.
Yeah.
But my understanding was we had no ability to approve less than 20 hours as staff or and the rules specifically said you gotta have 5 days a week.
Yeah. And just as this is another thing I think you probably ought to know is that my predecessor, what they had done, because the health department was kind of set up a little different back in those days, they had more pharmacists that would go out and do inspections for the pharmacy itself. And so some of those hospitals were never inspected on a routine basis by the Board of Pharmacy. It was very, very infrequent. That process has kind of changed. They've only got a half-time FTE over at the health department now. And so Ron, my predecessor, used to just do joint commission for the hospital. So I'm looking at all of them now. So with that said, when I go to these places, there are going to be some more of these where they're going to be running on less than 20 hours probably and need to come before the board and say, either allow us or, but that coinciding with an inspection to say, are they able to meet the need with the hours they're provided?
So, and are
Yes, they are. From what my interpretation, when I did the inspection, everything that I look at, and most people would say I overkill.
not you.
I've never said that.
Yeah.
It was no concerning issues that I could find.
So just to
Brenda had a question.
I just, what's their census?
Less than 2 patients.
Okay. So that's an 20 hours and 5 days a week, or 20 hours or 5 days?
Well,
Historically.
the rule says 5 days a week.
Right, but historically, it's
It's an and.
It's an and.
It's an and, that's what we approached.
The 20 wasn't defined, but was the interpretation I don't.
Is that always been interpreted as a physical presence or a virtual? So would off-site order entry constitute 20 hours a week?
Well, in the past, I mean, the way it says is
We've never-
on site, I thought.
Yeah, we've never.
It says on site.
Yeah,
We've never approved off-site order entry or verification. It's generally been after hours, overnights, weekend days when there's no pharmacist present.
Do you have, what's your distribution system? Do you have Pixis, do you have Cartfill,
A brand new fix.
or Pixis? So profile.
They're not profile. They're not profile machines.
What was that?
Profile means that Mr. Smith has 7 drugs. When the nurse pulls it up on their screen, they only see those 7 drugs.
Yes.
Well, how can you do that if you don't have 24-hour order entry? You see what I mean? Because somebody's got to enter those drugs, for those 7 to pop up.
Okay, yeah, been a misunderstanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're non-profile.
So part of the request, which I understand, is to do off-site order entry. So is that to help kind of meet that 5 days? I mean, is there enough latitude in the regulations that we can, it's not?
Not from the on-site, but you can specifically do an exemption from the rule. I think it's 2 separate issues rather than one. I think that, and the problem is with off-site order entry, you can't use that to reduce staffing. I think it's actually the consideration of, with their main census being 2 patients or 1 patient, or there are times when there's no patient, they're waiting to see if they get a patient. There are times when 20 hours is way more time than they need. And I defer to exactly what hours you think that would be, but, you know, if she came with a scenario and said, you know, some days I may stop by for 30 minutes, there's no patient in there. It's just making sure that all my meds are done, the cart is ready to go, the fix machine is ready if they do have an admit. But then the off-site order review helps when that admit comes in hours when the pharmacist wouldn't be there now, or if they got a reduction in hours.
So is the issue 5 days a week, 20 hours minimum, or what?
The issue is 5 days a week. I verify orders just about every single day. Well, let me put it this way. I look to see if there are orders to verify every single day. But I'm not there 5 days a week, and my schedule there depends on the workload. And I can see our Pyxis information, so I can see if things need to be refilled on the Pyxis, so I know they're not getting down where they're gonna have to go in the pharmacy and get it. We have a crash cart, and we have crash cart trays that are prepared in advance, so if they use a crash cart tray, they bring the used one and get a new one. So they're not having to physically replace those to the crash cart, it's already prepared for them.
You know, 4-star?
I have 4 stock, yes, sir.
What's the limitation for not being able to meet 5 days a week? I mean, is it they don't have approval for us to serve any work to do?
When I was hired, I've been there for almost 13 years. And there's never been an indication the workload doesn't demand the 5 days a week. When I was hired part-time to cover that workload. And I have another job too. They're paying me to drive from Texarkana to provide service for the facility, but I'm available 24/7. They call me all the time, if they're about anything. And I'm always available. I can go there if I need to. There's not a need.
What's the scope of service? I mean, do you do IVA mixture, compounded, do you support P&T committee?
I do P&T committee, I do antibiotic stewardship,
She does med unit inspections like they're supposed to.
med unit inspections, the IV admixtures we don't do the complicated.
They do want to use products like Use Advantage, Med Plus, those type of things. So, and I looked at their process, it falls within 797.
Are you already doing off-site order review? Yes.
Yes,
She didn't
I didn't know.
She didn't know, after we had a discussion.
Yeah, I didn't know. The laptop I have, I don't know the IT sophistication name, but secure VPN where I log into a secure network before I access anything.
So if you weren't doing off-site order review right now, you would have to be in the hospital more than the hours you've been in the hospital. Is that correct?
I mean, I could go there and do them, but I wouldn't be doing anything but order verification.
Well, are you
Is that what you mean?
doing prospective verification, or is everything retrospective? Like the order was written, the patient's already gotten that, it's just going in and doing a daily review of the orders.
The majority of it, I would say, was probably retrospective. But everything that the nurses touch is reviewed. And we review medication errors, adverse drug reactions.
She does a good review. I mean, things that go to P&T, they're on par, above average compared to a similar size facility like Canada. And you know, I'll see the whole gamut. Right? I'll go to places they got no technology at all, it's still cart fill, and they're still on paper charts, and they let nurses in after hours so that they can pull meds and all that kind of stuff. So you know, they've got fixes and stuff so that at least there's a tracking process for that. So
So how many hours, you said they're not meeting the requirement, but how many hours are you doing?
How many hours am I doing altogether, or how many hours am I doing
How
on
many
site?
hours are you physically on site?
Either 2 or 3 days a week, and if I need to be there more, I can be. I do it, we do it in the evenings, but the workload is too demanding.
so those 2 or 3 days, you know, how many hours per week, hours total?
Depending on workload, around 15.
And then how many hours separately do you do?
I spend maybe 30 minutes a day verifying orders.
Let's say 3 of those. So 8, I mean, you're almost there.
I was just getting clarification, 15 hours on site a week on average, is that what you're currently doing?
That's about. I think on the time sheet, I mean, 12 to 15 hours at the least.
And the 12 to 15 that you're there, you have something to do. Is that-
Yes, that's when I'm doing my fixes refills, ordering medications, nursing unit inspections, everything that involves physical presence.
And my last question for now is there a licensed independent practitioner in the facility at all times?
24 hours, there's a physician there, 24/7.
So, 2 questions. One is, and I think Rodney kind of hit on this, but what is your recommendation? If we're looking at going below 20 hours for this facility, what is your recommendation? And, you know, based on your inspections. And 2, why isn't offsite order entry figured into the overall hours? Because that's time dedicated to that location and work. I don't get that.
Well, the reason why I would say historically, okay, because offsite verification began to be approved by this board before I ever became even a board member, when I was a board member, was to supplement an on-site presence. And I just be candid, let's have a very candid conversation, it's informal, and no disrespect to our administrators, okay? But sometimes administration will try to find a way to cut hours.
Right, we cannot do.
With offsite verification.
Yeah.
I mean,
And I
and this is why, again, like I had.
Wait, you can't do what with offsite verification?
You can't use that as a way to say, I'm gonna cut an FTE.
Or to cut
Or
on-site hours.
Okay, because that happens sometimes, right? There has to be, and this is again, gets back to where I had started with all this, with the health department finding some issues, because the things that they had provided to me as examples of some of these hospitals, some of the things not being done, were not things that could be done remotely. They had to be done on site. Does that make sense? Okay.
So in this case, I mean, it sounds like that the offsite order entry could actually, you wouldn't be cutting it, or you're actually using it to meet out.
Yeah, so that's why I think John said there's 2 different things here. One is, do you want to approve offsite verification? You know, candidly, she's been doing it, you know, no fault of her. It was, you know, one of these things, I don't think it's an issue. And she's just expanding care. And I think that's approval, yes, no. I think the other thing is from what I'm seeing, because the patient load is small, how many nursing units? You got ED and 1 nursing, right? Okay. I go to other places like UAMS, how many nursing units you got? So, 15 hours. She's able to do it with 15 hours.
Well, let me throw out one other consideration though. We're quantifying things in terms of workload. I say this around college all the time, that even if we only had 1 student, we still have to teach the entire curriculum. Okay? So my point is if you're going to have a hospital, even if you only have 1 or 2 patients, you still need to do more than just meet the workload. I mean, there's, all kinds of things in a hospital pharmacy department that require maintenance, that if you're only going in to meet the workload, then that's one thing, and that's important to me. I don't mean to minimize it. But there are other things that can and probably should be done in terms of quality improvement. I mean, you already mentioned you're doing adverse reaction monitoring, formulating work. So you're already doing those sorts of things. So if you're already there 15 hours a week, and if my math is right, what is it, about a half hour from Texarkana to Ashton? I mean, you're not that far away from meeting it. It doesn't sound like to me that unless, of course, we may not have this conversation yet, but if there are other things that you could elucidate for me that actually is already taken up part of your time outside of workload, and that still gives you 15 hours, that might be a different story. But I don't see how it would be that difficult to be able to fill those hours so that you have the ability to continue to maintain a quality pharmacy department, even for 1 or 2 patients.
Would it not be prudent to, with a hospital of a certain size, allow off-site order entry to be included in their hours?
It's different than what the rule addresses. The rule addresses that the number of hours is up to the Board of Pharmacy and the Department of Health. Like, we could both agree to a number of hours, specifically below 20. Meeting the hours is an issue. It's meeting the having to be physically there 5 days a week in rule. And I don't know what the health department's rules say on that as well. I don't know if they can address that.
I don't think they do.
So, but that's a rule that we specifically has, shall be on site at least 5 days per week, perform review pharmacy dispensing, sterilization, drug distribution activities. Shall be available to provide emergency services staff when the pharmacy is open. So in the 2 scenario issue, I mean, the board could say 12 hours is plenty. That's different than saying you're going to waive the longstanding rule that says you have to be on site, you have to at least step foot in the place 5 days a week.
This rule is in a legislative law.
No, it's a rule that was reviewed by the legislature. It's our rule. Okay.
And I'm assuming the rule was probably written before
Before I was here.
electronic medical record.
Yes.
And with the ability to look into a Pixis server for the phone.
Do want to Yeah.
The 20 hour, the less than 20 hour a week thing is not really a question for me. I think hours adequate to provide quality pharmacy services is less than doable. Sounds fine.
But you gotta have a number, you just can't tell somebody to fill out.
Yeah, because like I say, there's gonna be some cases I think that are gonna be coming up that, because what I'm in the phase right now, with really expecting some of the smaller places around the state. And again, because of the health department brings concerns and forwarded those to me, I've got to address those, and that means you guys are gonna have to help me address those. So, we kind of do have to have a point, a line somewhere.
Yeah.
And so, anyway, I think one of the main, like you say, the thing you're, maybe, I don't speak for yourself, but 5 days per week is the biggest factor, I think, for you.
So do we need to amend the rule, or do we need to do the process by which the board decides to amend the rule so that it can be waived? I mean, you have a rule there, and we have a process by which we can change rules and change statutes and that type of thing. Do we need to go through that process?
Well, it sounds like probably.
Dr. McCready, you were heading down something that I was about to head down too. When I look at, and I'm under the hospital pharmacy section in the rules, when it talks about hospitals greater than 50 beds, there's actually some verbiage in there that the request for an exemption has to have written documentation for the hours necessary to perform required services. It's almost like we need that same thing in the less than 50, but we don't have that.
And that the days, the total number of days could be adjusted by.
Or hours per week.
I don't think we've ever had a hospital with over 50 beds, that's for less than 5 days. I imagine that was put in there probably all the way back when this was in 83 or 89 or 95.
Well, you could have some critical access hospitals at the time, maybe 60 beds. So
Oh, yeah.
50, so.
Well, I mean, I think the 5 days a week was probably put in so that you didn't just have the approach that the board had in some of the other rules, like say methadone clinic where it's 10 hours a week, that could all be one day. Like they specified, out-of-state retail departments have to have 1-800 number available 6 days a week. And we've been asked to waive that. Well, actually, no, but it is different.
And we talk about bed size, but is average daily census is that a better number to use? I mean, you can have 45 beds, but only have 3 patients on average throughout.
Well, I guarantee you when that rule was written, these rural hospitals had a greater census.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They did.
But I mean, I thought 50 was the way they were classified.
And that's
Critical access was 50 licensed beds or less.
Oh, I think it's
25 now. But back then, was it 50?
I don't know if it was.
I don't know.
Predates me.
I'll just interject again, I'm not disagreeing with what you all are just talking about. But you're talking about workload. There still needs to be a minimum amount of time injected into maintaining quality of the department that is not patient census related. And I don't think, we can't overlook that. And that has to take time. And it just seems intuitive to me that a minimum of 5 days is very important.
In my situation, I just think it's really excessive, because I'm able to check expiration dates, I'm able to do my controlled substance inventories, I'm able to.
You can't do a controlled substance inventory without looking at the controlled substance.
Right, I'm saying I do that, that's the, when I'm physically there,
Okay.
that's what I have the time to do. I refill the fixes, check the floor stock, refill the crack, or check the crash cards, do my nursing unit inspections, check expiration date, order my drugs. I mean, I'm able to do that, but in my situation, like I've been a pharmacist for almost 32 years. So maybe for me, because I've done it for so long, I might be a little bit more efficient doing it than somebody that's just out of school, maybe, I don't know. But I've done it for a long time, and I still like, I mean, you were there, I mean, I haven't had complaints or nurses feel. I feel like anything that needs to be addressed clinically that they need to address is getting addressed. I just, if I go there, if it's required to be there 5 days a week, there's gonna be things, I'm just gonna be sitting there, I'm just being honest. I mean, if I do the work like I do now.
If they reduce the hours to, instead of 20 hours a week, they reduce it to 15 or 5 days, you get 3 hours a day, rather than 5 hours those 3 days. And you're still working 15 hours, and it's kind of hard to set a rule that applies to one person, because the rule applies to everybody. While you may be very, very good at what you do, somebody else may not. It's kind of hard to set a rule, I think, to accommodate.
So what I heard you say though, the problem is the 5 days a week, not the 20 hours.
The problem is the 5 days a week.
So it sounds like what she would really prefer is if we change the rule where it doesn't require 5 days.
Right.
What benefit comes, let's say if you can do everything you're supposed to do in 1 day, just take an extreme example. What benefit comes from being in the other 4 days?
My main concern, and again, it's just 5 days a week now, so it doesn't cover weekends, but doing them for at least a retrospective good orders, if there was a problem or and it was a medication that was dosed 3 times a day and the order's wrong, at least you can, if one order gets through, at least you can put a stop to the proliferation of the wrong order.
Well, that's what I do.
Right, but
Yes.
with remote order verification, it's a separate copy. I'm just strictly talking about, you know, coming on site 5 days a week historically and doing that work. So,
If the rule was as necessary or, or with a minimum of X hours, would that not accomplish what we're talking about? I mean, I'm okay with, I'm normally a big proponent of hard, fast, numeric rules about, you know, numbers that you're either above or below. But I would think our inspectors and the health department inspectors would be able to ascertain whether adequate, whatever it is being done.
How often do we make it an inspector at hospital?
It's supposed to be a minimum of every year and a half to 2 years. I am running behind because of COVID, and I'll do like everybody else. I'm on COVID.
Well, and the difference is what Dr. Robertson stated earlier is, you know, when I first came on the board, the Department of Health was inspecting all the non-JACO hospitals, and we were splitting them into the JACO. And their pharmacists in that inspection part would communicate with ours and vice versa. We covered for everybody, because if they weren't JACO, there was no JACO survey for Medicare's. They're basically doing Medicare surveys, as I recall, CMS surveys. Now, we're looking to basically take on all of that. And so we are seeing places that we have not ever seen.
Yeah, or it's been, 15 years.
Yeah, because we were not the ones at that point inspecting. So we're discovering weird hiccups because someone else was at that point in charge of the survey. I think the dependent question of the day is, does the board want to, or does the board want to bring the full board meeting? Should we do some alternative to the at least 5 days per week? I know that hospital association folks have some other changes that I think they're going to suggest for our rules. I don't know if that's part of it or not.
It wasn't, but we can add it to the agenda on the 20th.
I think it's a good idea. I mean, it helps us hospitals, it helps us communities, everybody.
it's almost like this, as a larger overall topic, we need to take a look at it. And do we have a third layer for 25 minutes? No, not necessarily, but we need to, it's going to require a lot more discussion.
And we need to get some information back from the Department of Health. I mean, the way our rule is currently written, it would appear that we cannot approve less than 5 days, and we cannot approve we can't approve any number of hours without being in agreement with the Department of Health. I don't think that's going to be a problem. We are part of the Department of Health, just not that subsection.
Well, when going through the rulemaking process, I mean, I for one have an open mind on this, but I feel like I don't have all the facts to read and decide. Isn't the rulemaking process designed to solve that problem?
It is. It's a lengthy process. I think if the board wanted to do that, the board would want to. You don't want to go through the rulemaking process to delete one number.
Right.
It's do a broader look of this subsection. I mean, we've had.
And I think also whether we have a specific rule for critical access hospitals as opposed to all the other hospitals.
Well, John, I think as part of that rulemaking process, the current technology could also be a part of that discussion as well. But what can we do today if the rule is what it is, where it's, I feel like we're kind of locked in on this 5 days a week, because that's what the rule says. The 20 hours a week, I can't find that in that.
No, that was an interpretation.
That was an
Yeah,
interpretation.
that at some point a precedent was made and passed down for years.
So what I'm reading in regulation 04-05-0001, it says, for license 50 beds or less is determined by blah, 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 shall require the services of pharmacists, including PIC, for as many hours as in the opinion of the State Board of Pharmacy and the State Board of Health are necessary to perform required duties in keeping with the size and scope of services. The pharmacist shall be on site 5 days per week. So we're stuck with the 5 days, but we can.
The hours are mounted.
The hours, yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we could define it as 15 hours, but she would still have to be there 5 days.
That's the way the rule
Okay, but the way the rule reads right now, we're just kind of stuck until we can get more information here, gather more facts, get with the health department and see what's going on from that angle.
You want to offer them a waiver and
That's what I'm wondering, if the way.
can we offer them a waiver to continue?
I don't know, we had approval for some waivers previously due to COVID, and then all of that was pulled away from us, but literally our governor changed, 3.5 hours ago. I honestly don't know.
Okay, so let's, or can we just table it until we can have further
You
information?
could table that part of it, but you could give her on the record approval for X number of hours. Or you can choose to take no action.
We can give her approval for hours or days?
Hours, because hours isn't specifically dictated by rule.
But we're talking about addressing the problem.
Yeah, we're gonna address the problem, but we don't have all the answers today.
I anticipate the changes that will probably be very quickly suggested to this rule are going to be far more convoluted than, the easy rule change of deleting that one line, if that was a desire of the board, is a very direct, we have a request. The process of the previous governor, and I've been somewhat assumptive in thinking it's going to be the exact same. I think to be very close would be to send that to the Department of Health. We want to delete this one line, here are the reasons. And if they give us approval, then it's filed with the governor's office. I don't even know who that would be filed with at the moment. If we have a lengthier dive into this for a detailed updating of this section of the rules, the board is going to have language it is comfortable with before I can go file the first step of paperwork.
Ron, aren't there, workload studies that enumerate how much time different tasks take? That would take into account all the quality assurance type of stuff. Could we not?
Yeah, I think we can find some information on that.
Because and I hate to be that horse, but I don't want us to overlook the maintenance of a quality department.
No, I think what you're saying is you have variable workload and you have fixed workload. Fixed workload are the things that need to be done on a weekly basis, review discrepancies, etc. But then you do have some variable workload in there based on patient acuity and your average daily census. And so I'm sensitive to I think I'm open to discuss, less than 20 hours because of that variable workload, and she doesn't have very much patients. But yes, to answer your question, there's productivity.
I'm just saying, I've worked in very license. I feel your pain.
And the thing is, because we weren't the entity inspecting this for years, it had to have been observed in those inspections. It was never brought to our attention until Kevin picked up one more hospital and went, well, this is weird, but I think we're going to come across this being much more common than we would have anticipated. There's just, unknown to us, a disconnect between the instruction or making sure that this pharmacy board rule was followed when we were not the people inspecting.
Yeah, the health department has their own approach, and really, again, because they're doing big stats, they're looking at it from what the CMS, and then that team that's sent to that facility may or may not have a pharmacist on, so they may or may not even look at pharmacy.
Yeah, it's a deemed status survey rather than ours is a regulatory inspection.
I've always had a pharmacist inspect.
Well, with a half FTE.
Yeah.
Moving forward.
There may not be a pharmacist in that part.
That's what it is explaining to me.
This discussion today raises another issue that I think we need to look at either as a board or as a group of something. And that is our ability to weigh the direct application of one of our existing rules without changing it. And I don't know about interpretation, that's a different question, but waiver of direct application.
You mean a proactive waiver rather than a reactive? Not they were brought in and you said, well, I understand.
Well, I didn't go to both of those.
Yeah.
If our rule says X, has to be done. It's our ability as a board, without changing the rule, to waive that requirement that X has to be done.
What you almost want is a statute that allows for it.
Well, or our rule could do it too. And I'm not saying one way or the other, because I can see arguments on both sides, but it seems to me that we're better off getting a ahead of time decision on do we have that power or not, as opposed to waiting for a case to come up like this one could potentially produce.
Yeah. Well, I don't see it happening that there will be an abuse of that, but that's a slippery slope.
We have to be very careful not to be arbitrary about this one has to do this one.
I mean, if that sort of thing would, I would think there have to be some very stringent requirements before you can invoke that. I mean, then we can say it's okay for technicians to dispense drugs without a pharmacist,
I mean, I think you definitely start off.
Offsite or entry, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, so what do you all want to do? Allow her to practice as she is until we get this figured out?
Anybody getting hurt?
I think you grant her the reduced hours, so we have it on the record and table the rest of the discussion. It is a unique situation that puts us in an awkward point of, I don't know that we have legal authority to waive the rule, but at this point in time, we're exploring changing the rule and could choose to take no further action until we get our feet under us on that. So,
Offsite verification.
yeah, and she would like approval to do off-site verification, which is adding service, which I would
Just
also.
along those lines, and she did forward to me for policy procedure related to offsite verification. I found the issues.
Okay. You're good, you're good?
Yeah.
You're good?
I'm good.
Okay, well, let me, can someone say
Make a
a motion?
motion, we, I don't know.
Make a motion to what John just said,
Yeah, boogie on.
all right. Second,
Whoa, what's the motion?
The motion's gonna be, it will restate it.
So we're transferring the hours, the waiver to the hours.
this one, okay.
We allow her to reduce the
Yes.
number of hours to dictate table the 5-day-a-week discussion. We allow her to continue to do her remote order entry in the same manner that she's currently doing as an additive service. I think that's the three things.
Well, since there's some lack of clarity, is what brought us here to start with, I think we need to make the motion, say 15 hours stretch across 5 days a week. Because we're not waiving 5 days. So if you just say a motion of 15 hours, that leaves me ambiguity. So we're not in a position to waive this 5 days, so I would say 15 hours a week, 5 days a week presence.
Are we in a position, can I ask this, are we in a position to include her offsite order entry as part of our hour?
Let's just make this a separate motion that offsite. Because otherwise she'll be doing what she's doing.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's make that offsite, let's prove that we can do that, for that, that's it. So which one of y'all want to make a motion on that?
Well, let's do the offsite first.
Okay,
Let's approve the offsite order.
so you're making that motion?
Aye.
Who's doing the second on that?
Second.
Did you have any questions?
No, I was.
Okay.
saying so.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the off-site approval. Any further questions? All in favor of that motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? Okay, second part. Since we can't waive it 5 hours, or 5 days a week, we just do want to leave that as is.
Well, we don't have a choice in that,
Right.
but
We're gonna
do we have
research
a
it.
choice in adding offsite order entry as part of our hours?
She already said she does 15 hours a week.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at the 5 days a week.
We can't do.
No, you can't do anything with 5 days a week.
We can't do it.
I don't want to, I'm trying to include her offsite order
Here's-
entry day as a day she's at work.
My opinion on that, that's a slippery slope to go down, to
Yeah.
include your offsite verifications in that in that total hours.
Okay.
Besides, she's already said she is on site 15 hours a week.
Okay.
So
But not 5 days.
Basically, what we're doing is we're requiring this, with the regulations say 5 days a week, but we're not requiring any more hours. And we're authorizing outside order drinking, which is something she's already been doing anyway.
Okay, the rest part is that we research this and see if we can come up with a better solution.
Yep.
To the situation we're in now. Board staff and along with the health department to, do research. So are there any other issues on the table? Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
If I'm not able to physically be there 5 days a week, are we gonna be allowed time to find someone to help us cover the other 3? To physically be there?
That's gonna be hard. You know, what is it? It's a PST. We're more scarce than that. And so where you go find someone to find, or somebody who's willing to want to come and work just one day.
Didn't you just say a while ago you could be there every time? Did you have to be there?
If I could be there, but I can't be there 3 or 4 hours a day.
But they
We're
don't
not
have to
telling you
be.
to do that.
Are you there?
I'm there 2 or 3 days.
You're not there, yeah, you're not there 5 days now.
No, but I thought my order, my offsite.
So if you're in violation on the 5 days now, and you continue being in violation on that, you know, you're not making the situation any worse. So I think what we do is we table the 5-day question as while we investigate it.
I think part of what we're trying to tell her though is, it's not 5 days equally divided. Right. There will be days that if you stop in and it's 15 minutes and you go, there's nothing else to be done today, but you're still getting your total hours, that the board is not being so prescriptive to say it has to be 15 hours over 5 days, where it's 3 hours a day. You could be there 7 hours one day, if you get 2 events and it just all unravels on you. And other days it can be, you know, you stop in, you check it, you were physically there, if they needed anything, and they didn't, you leave.
Unless our investigation would show that there is some benefit, particularly patient benefit, to her being there 5 days a week. I'm going to be in favor of abolishing the 5-day rule for critical access hospital.
But they've already said we're going to pursue.
It's gonna be
changes.
research. It's got to be research.
But in the meanwhile, with regard to her being in violation of the 5-day rule, she already is in violation of the 5-day rule. Adding another few days on it while we're investigating that isn't going to make that situation any worse.
Except she knows it now.
Right.
So there's a difference in a knowing violation and a.
Or
She
you
was-
allow the time that she spends on the phone checking orders as part of her 5 days.
The law says she will be on
On
site.
site.
It specifically says on site.
It specifically says on site.
And you can't have an exemption to that.
I don't know.
Not as it stands, that's what we need to do to research on. So I think what they're saying is 5 days, you can still maintain your hours, but you have to be there 5 days a week at some point.
And we recognize the lunacy, you can drive a half hour, be there 15 minutes, and then drive another half hour. So you spend more time on the road than you are doing the job. I get it, but we're simply pointing out the latitude that you have. But the regs are written the way they are, and they don't offer the opportunity for us to waive that.
Yeah.
So we're trying to be as
I understand.
Melanie was
The other issue is that I've been doing this under the Arkansas Department of Health's approval through multiple surveys and the Board of Pharmacy for almost 13 years.
Did they give you a pharmacist license?
No, I'm not arguing that.
I'm like,
I mean, I'm just saying how
sometimes
it's been going.
the best advice I ever heard from a former governor was, now former governor, was you've already gotten about as good a decision you're going to get. So probably don't want to talk yourself out of the bonus you've already got.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah. So, I mean, I recognize that that is something that should have been pointed out on review, but you are PIC, You are responsible to know that. Right now, the board is saying we are choosing not to punish you for violating this for whatever period of time, or rehashing that, or trying to do charge counts or anything else. But they're also telling you that is the obligation of the facility, not even you, but the facility, to have a pharmacist step foot in that place 5 days a week.
Okay.
I think that may change in the future, but I don't know in the current environment that the board has the ability to just suspend a rule for this. And I'm also realistic that I realize that you are probably not the only person that should have been told that when we weren't inspecting, that may not have been, and we may have other instances. So I think right now the board is saying, we're going to give you off-site order entry, which also required approval that you did not have. And because we've run into that before, and is willing to be okay with the 15 hours a week. But the one thing that is a hard and fast rule, we don't know that we have the ability to suspend, so they're educating you that that is the rule.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your work. Okay, we're closing this out then. All persons asked?
On the 15 hours,
It's already in law.
we had it. I mean, it was 15 fine? You mentioned 12 to 15. Is it 12 or is it 15 or is it?
Usually it's around 12 workload, and I'm flexible for 15.
I think, because what we would set is the floor, the minimum. So I think she would actually have a request, could it go as low as the way?
I don't know.
With her being 12 on site.
On site, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll have that noted, so there's no argument about, well, it's 14 that week, according to law, and all pull our hair out of it. Okay.
So,
Yeah, do I need to do a motion for a waiver?
Well, that's not a waiver, that's just the appropriate number of hours.
All right.
And we'll make sure, we also need to make sure the Department of Health at 12 is not, I don't foresee that being a problem.
Okay. All right.
All right,
Do we need a vote?
that's up to you. We're gonna take it either way.
Yeah, we can give them that as, information to use in their research they're going to do for us.
No, and the regulation says, or in the, as far as the number of hours. I thought I heard that the rule of thumb had been 20, but the regs say, if in our opinion, we want to give less, so it sounds like we're need to acknowledge that we're giving less. If the
Yeah, I would
rule of
say,
thumb
I
is
would
20,
Make a motion.
I would say
then we need to
make
make
a
a
motion.
motion.
I'll make a
What's your
motion,
motion?
12 to 15 hours.
Second? Motion is second. Any further discussion?
5 days a week.
Thank you. I would amend that to include the 5 days.
So,
Okay. All in favor of that motion? Any nays? All right.
so for
Thank you.
Kevin, how many hospitals did you say around the state?
How many what?
How many size hospitals around the state did you say?
Say probably- Probably around that are critical access, there's probably around 25 or so. Y'all be muted for a minute, or y'all? Okay,
All right. If you want to introduce yourself, is it Mr. Monreal?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, Jeremy, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the Director of the Board of Pharmacy, and I'm going to tell you real quick kind of who you're talking to at this table. And I think we've done this a few times today, but on this side of the table, these are board members for the Board of Pharmacy. Mr. Harold Simpson, Dr. Lynn Strauss, Dr. Lenora Newsom, who's the chair of this informal conference, Dr. Brian Jolly, and Dr. Rodney Griffin will be back with us in just a moment. On this side, to your left, our right, have myself, Dr. Brendan McCray, who's our assistant director, and Ms. Ashley Bales, who's our legal counsel here at the Board of Pharmacy. I understand we're here today based on your application to be a pharmacy technician. We'll get into that in just a few minutes. More importantly, in this process, we call it an informal committee or an informal committee review. It is fairly conversational back and forth across the table versus a full hearing or a contested hearing before the board, which would have all 8 board members, a hearing officer, a court reporter, and swearing everybody in. And a full hearing looks much more like what you would see on court TV or something along those lines. With this process, the important thing for you as an applicant is at the end of our discussion, when I'm finished giving a review, I'll see if you have any questions, but I'll turn it over to our staff to tell kind of exactly why we're here today. The board members will have some questions and some discussion for you. At the end of it, they're going to come up with some suggestion for action. It could be anything from approve the application, deny the application, table the application, we'll reconsider it some amount of time. Whatever they come up with, though, you can either agree with or disagree with. And if you agree with it, we go forth with whatever the board members instruct us to do and either put it in writing or process it, and that's fine. If you disagree with it, it gives you really 2 choices. One is to say, I would like a hearing before the full board at a later date to ask for reconsideration or for a different decision. Or you can say, you know what, forget this and walk away. Those are the kind of decisions you have. So I have 2 questions for you. Do you have any questions while you're here today?
Yes.
Or any questions about the process?
I don't believe so.
Okay, the board members are just getting a copy of the same information you've got. At any point in this process, knowing you've never been here before, if you have a question about what's going on or need to ask something, by all means, please ask it and wave your hands if you need to, get our attention, and we'll try to answer any questions we can for you. Okay, turn it over to Steph.
Mr. Monreal, we brought his application in front of the board. He has, as a result of the criminal background check, which he did disclose to us these past offenses. The first one, one incident in June of 2017, he was charged with possession of marijuana, possession of drug paraphernalia, and minor possession of alcohol. He had no contest to those charges, and the court took his sentence under advisement on the condition that he complete probation for 6 months without any other offenses. And he complied with those obligations. More recently, Mr. Monreal attended a program called John 216 Ministries, which is a spiritual boot camp for men with addiction. Some information about that program is in your packet as well. If you want to review it, it's a year-long program. He completed it in May of 2022. So that is what we thought needed to be brought forth to Mr. Monreal.
Okay. How are you doing that?
Doing well, I think.
Okay. You want to tell us a little bit about these incidences and how your life has changed?
Starting with the charges.
Well, in your own words.
Let's see, I have been convicted of possession of marijuana, alcohol is a minor, and drug paraphernalia. The only way that I can explain that, man, is that that was a past life that I made the decision to walk away from. I was not forced under any circumstance by any court or kind of jurisdiction to attend this program. I had just decided that it was time to own up and take responsibility and to get on with a real life. Something that I would be more proud of, and really, I grew up in a Christian home, and was kind of a grandson of 2 pastors, and was always expected to do well. And I think at some point I can just decided to make my own decisions. And so I have made the decision to
turn my life back to Christ and, in church and life groups. And I continue to go to John 3:16 whenever I'm able. But yeah, the Bible says that, of the Lord was new creation. The old man is done away with, and that's probably the best type of illustration that I can give you to tell you about the difference between my past life and who I come to be today.
What are you currently doing for a living?
I do the cash register at Walgreens.
So why do you want to become a pharmacy technician?
Because, well, it started, around 2017, 2018. I had a very, high interest in the medical field. I never really had much of an interest or hobbies. I don't play with cars, I don't play sports. And so the medical field was the first thing that gave me a true inspiration, something that I actually enjoyed learning about. Started with terminology and, built up from there. I went to Black River Tech for about 2 years, my nursing prerequisites, and took a break, which during that break has been the time that I've spent on 316. But I first wanted to be a nurse anesthetist, and I think I decided at some point in my life I would like to be a surgical technician assistant. And so I've just, the reason why I want to be a pharmacy tech is because I want to have a foothold on the beginning of a further career. I want medical experience of being around other medical professionals to later on through my life build on that as a further career.
Have you been in person of this candidate? Yes, ma'am. So Mr. Muriel, when you went to court, you were charged with possession of marijuana, you were an active marijuana user at that time? When was the last time you ingested marijuana?
Before I entered the ministry.
Okay, so that was November 11th, 2021, according to their letter. So were you an active marijuana user from the time you got those charges in 2017 until you went to John 3:16?
Off and on.
Off and on?
Yes, ma'am.
How often did you use? Daily, weekly, monthly?
Every day.
Every day, okay. And part of this John 3:16 ministries is to address addictions among the spiritual aspect of it. Can you tell me about that program and what it did to address your addiction to marijuana?
So in John 3:16, it becomes your home. You're isolated away from the rest of the world and given an opportunity to kind of in a sense give you a pause to reflect on yourself, and throughout the day, throughout every day, you participate in Bible study and are surrounded by other people who have gone through at some degree the same type of background that you come from, who all have made a decision to turn away from that for whatever reason it may be. The focus there is to lean on the Lord and not your own understanding, and to trust that, understanding that His grace and mercy alone is the only reason why we were given this opportunity in the first place. And so it is, we do work a lot at John 3:16, or we call it serving, because we're not just get paid. And so we serve the community as people who donate to the ministry. And so
So is that that was a residential program for you?
yes, ma'am.
So what aftercare have you done when you're back into your home environment to eliminate your need or your desire for marijuana?
I have participated in celebrated. I attend Paragould Central Baptist Church. I've plugged myself in with people who are strong and more mature than me in their walk of faith. Surrounding myself with people who will listen do have a problem with somebody that I can confide in. And, I also participate in life group, which is like, so our church is growing rather large, and so we break off into smaller groups after church, at people's houses, and just wherever it may be, to just talk about our own portion of scripture that we focus on away from church.
Are those groups related to addiction, or that's just studying the Bible?
The life groups are the Bible, Celebrate Recovery is for addiction.
Is that akin to AA or anything like that? Is that through the church, Celebrate Recovery?
It's through a church or other.
That focuses on addiction issues?
Yes, ma'am.
And how often do you attend those meetings?
And at the start, it was every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And now I go on Mondays and Fridays.
A lot of religious organizations use Celebrate Recovery as opposed to just a straight 12-step program. I'll share with you as much as with the board, like our recovery group for pharmacists in recovery, we there require the more structured 12-step meetings, whether it be AA or NA or MA or whatever it is. But a lot of churches that use Celebrate Recovery as a slightly different approach, but surround yourself with other people in recovery in many of the same kind of methods that you would use 12-step.
Any other questions?
I know two people that have gone through John 3:16 that had significant worse addiction issues. Or illicit drug use, and both of them are success stories. So, and I applaud you for, it is voluntary. I applaud you for going through that. And I've only got experience with two people, but they have sustained non-addiction for multiple years. I hope you stay engaged.
Thank you, sir. Now you have these things, so the life groups, Celebrate Recovery, so it's one thing to go to the meetings and be involved, but I guess collectively, I just want to sense, do you feel like you have a cohesive support group just on a regular basis?
Yes, sir. Compliment.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes. Ready for license today.
That's wrong.
Thank you so much.
You work with pharmacy, be around medications that can be used. So stay engaged.
Yes, sir.
It will change slightly because since he applied in November, it would have been for just a remainder of the year, now it'll be a 2-year. So it'll just be paying for the second year. We'll need to issue. You guys want the initial on it.
Where is the Charlotte Arkansas?
It's about 10 minutes east of Facebook. They're about 220, 230 minutes strong. That live on the facility. It's over 300 acres wide. It's a beautiful place to go.
I think sometimes they place you afterwards with a group.
Sales.
Yeah, some people choose that as a small back to their environment. Where we face it,
Transition house.
yeah.
I attempted, but, moving back home, my family is law enforcement. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but I wasn't able to, land a transition house, so I went back and lived with my pastor grandfather.
Afternoon, ladies. If you guys want to tell us who you are, so we know exactly who we're talking to.
Absolutely. Kick us off. I'm Kimberly Nelson. I'm the pharmacist in charge of Scripture of Pharmacy.
Hi, my name is Maricela Lara-Nevares. I am the Director of Pharmacy Regulatory Affairs for McKesson.
What was your name, first name?
Maricela.
Maricela. Oh, that's close.
That's pretty good accent.
I'm gonna mispronounce that about 15 more times if I say it. So I think you guys heard kind of the overview of who all you're talking to today. Yours is a little bit different. It's a pharmacy application for an out-of-state pharmacy. And sometimes people don't like that I'm fairly straightforward or pretty to the point, but I think the reason that we're here today is really because there were a couple of answers that are a little bit out of the ordinary for our staff that we have to bring before our board to discuss. And so on page 12 of the application, page 12, this as well. And they just gotten a copy of the same information as you. It's the section 5 operations of the application itself.
There should be a number at the bottom of yours, also page 12.
I think we have different copies.
There you go. Actually, if you're gonna hand her mine, page 12 is, you take the 2 pieces apart, that's it. Page 11 on the electronic version, because we have a cover page. So on that, it talks about why is your facility seeking license in Arkansas, and it has a discussion of your shared service agreements with mail order pharmacies that perform front-end processing and count center patient signatures that will be shipped into the state of Arkansas. And that's just a little bit different than what we see. Oftentimes we'll see a specific company has either a front end or a back end fulfillment. It sounds like yours is mainly a front end, and then it farms out the other work, which becomes a potential freedom of choice issue for Arkansas as well as our drug delivery system. And then the one right below that, I think is the other thing. Nature of the operation, Script Hero, pharmacy and closed door pharmacy that does not process prescription controlled substances, all uncontrolled, no compounding. It's located in Columbus, Ohio, holds a resident terminal pharmacy category 2, which all states have these weird determinations of how we define pharmacies. As a business type of mail order pharmacy, were permitted. They perform front-end processing and counts for mail order pharmacies through shared service agreements. It's not currently engaged in any fulfillment, is basically what that is. So I think the initial questions that we would have a staff on the board for have some is so how is Script Hero chosen for you to even know a patient exists, since we have some specific rulemaking on that? Is it that they choose a pharmacy that also utilizes your front-end processing, or they choose you and you farm it out? I don't know which chicken and egg order we have.
That's a very good question. So how our operations works is we have clients that we have a business or contract with, and the patients and the patients through their portal assess whether or not they want the prescriptions to be sent to us to complete the front end processing. And then we send that prescription to the pharmacy of their choice. So if the patient wants it to be filled by who we have a shared services agreement with to do our back-end fulfillment, then we'll do that on behalf of our client or the patient, if they choose to utilize a service. If they do not, then we'll do the front-end piece that they authorize us to do and then transfer it to the to the dispensing pharmacy of their choice. That's kind of how that works.
And
Give me an example of that.
Yes, so the model I like to use that I feel like a lot of people are aware of is similar to the True Pill model. So where we're providing a service. So a patient can say through a portal, yes, I would like to have my Tylenol filled through your company with the pharmacy that you're using to do the front end processing through. And then they can say yes to that. If they want to do home delivery through our service, then we can do that. Or if you're like, I just want you to do the front end part, receive the prescription, and then send it to CVS for fulfillment. That information you will get and send and complete the prescription as the patient authorizes us to do.
Go back to the home delivery.
Yes.
How does that work?
Yes, so although we do the front end processing, we do have a shared service arrangement for the back end fulfillment piece. So if the patient wants to utilize our home delivery services that we provide, we can do that on their behalf.
Is that back end licensed in Arkansas?
Yes,
who's your back-end fulfillment? Is it under a different name or is it?
it's under a different name.
Okay, what's the name?
Script to You Pharmacy.
Okay.
LLC.
What is the
They're-
EMR script?
Script to You Pharmacy, they're currently, their home state is Memphis, Tennessee.
So you're engaged in more telemedicine side of it, or?
At this time, we're not doing telemedicine or telehealth type of work. We're having clients that are telehealth clients.
So I may have been distracted or I may be slow. So how do they find you in the first place?
So I remember this being a fun thing to explain when we came here for our pharmacist licenses.
Yeah. I think I remember a little bit from Script to You, but I don't know that there was a full answer on the front end processing. I can't recall.
No worries. So how this works is we have an agreement with a contract with a client. Let's say it's John's pharmacy, and you do not have the funds to necessarily have your own pharmacy, so you want to contract that out with us to provide that service, and you can utilize your name, you can have that branding, and that's for you. And so with us, if a patient comes to you, you're like, hey, do you authorize me to service you as my patient to fill your prescriptions? Are you okay with that? If they say yes, then great. They'll send the information to you. You'll send the information to us. We do the front end fulfillment piece. Where the divide is if they want home delivery, like shipped to their place of residence, they can use our pharmacy, or we can send it to their CVS or whatever pharmacy they want to pick up.
So I may still have a gap in my name.
Yeah.
So they choose that they are going to use my name, my DBA or whatever, and I send it to you. There has to be some fulfillment. So it's either they have to at that point choose your fulfillment or an alternate fulfillment. So that's always, it's got to be one or the other at all times, not a if, but that's step two.
Correct.
You tracking with me, Dr. Richmond?
No.
So I guess, so I back up, are most of the clients, is it a prescriber that is doing this, or is it so it's, and
Yes.
to be clear, so it's, and that's why it sounded to me earlier like it would be telemedicine, or, we use a lot of examples, we see a lot with lifestyle drugs. So it's, I pick a prescriber, and that prescriber could have, you know what, I'm gonna have John's pharmacy, even though I'm a physician in this example. Don't tell medical board they'll get mad, I said I'm a physician. But hey, I'm treating you, hey, would you like to use my pharmacy product? Well, that I don't actually have, it's a pseudo pharmacy, But I have an agreement with you for processing and potential fulfillment, where they could either use the fulfillment via you, or you basically put in a prescription in the system, and they transfer it somewhere else. Is it transfer, or is it?
It can be transferred out to the pharmacy of the patient's choosing for dispensing.
Okay.
But typically, our patients do not elect for that. They want us to do the fulfillment.
Do you label it as John's Pharmacy?
We label it as our pharmacy because we did the dispensing.
I agree with that.
Yeah, and so it, as well as the information for our fulfillment center that we have shared service improvement with, their information is also on in the packaging for the patient, because they have to know where it was centrally filled at, where we processed it, and things of that nature. So they get that information.
I'll say it's fascinating because, you know, Arkansas has very unusual laws with freedom of choice as well as patient delivery. So, I mean, I understand that your script to you, if it's filling the prescription, has to line up with the patient of, hey, we have this prescription for you, and here's the delivery schedule and all that. But the comment that comes to my head is, it almost sounds to me like a patient may be signing up for a service they don't understand, if I can understand it, of we have a relationship with the pharmacy, and there'd be a concern, not even for you guys, because you wouldn't know it exists unless they select you, of, is there something going on with the prescriber? Is there some profitability on the prescriber for getting you business?
So that is, you do not get any kickback or anything like that, or referrals or things of that nature. It's really the patient telling the prescriber, I want my prescription filled at John's Pharmacy, and then we take care of it from there. If they want to do the mail order piece, we'll send it to our fulfillment center to do so. If they call into the pharmacy and say, hey, I actually want that prescription transferred to XYZ, we'll transfer it out to that pharmacy to do the fulfillment. We usually do not get those calls on the letter.
So if you only do the front end processing, and they say, I want it transferred to, you know, Arkansas's the land of Walmart, to Walmart on whatever road, how do you get money in that?
We don't.
That's what I'm saying, and that's the answer I would hope to have. So there are instances where a patient says, we want to process through here, I don't want you to fill it though, so you basically obtain the prescription from either the patient or the prescriber, and you act as an intermediary and just basically pass it or transfer it to somebody else.
Yeah. That's not a common scenario.
Yeah, because most of the time, once they say we want you to process it, they're going to use your fulfillment.
Yeah.
And that's where your profitability is in the fulfillment.
Right.
Your confusion is extending into my confusion. I'm seeing a lot of doctors. Every one I go into, I have to fill out a thing on admission where I have to tell them who my pharmacy is.
Yes.
Okay, so how do I put John's Pharmacy?
Sure.
How does that get to you?
So if you put John Pharmacy, our information shows up in depends on if it's electronic or not, but we'll just say shirt strips for visibility to the prescriber, where they can electronically prescribe the prescription to us. So they could look up our pharmacy name, our pharmacy address, our NPI, all of that information is within.
Well, they wouldn't put you on there, but they put John's Pharmacy, right?
Correct.
So if they put John's Pharmacy, I don't understand how the prescription ever gets to you.
They're using it as another DBA for that prescriber that says, it's Harold's Pharmacy, you're at your clinic where you're the physician, it's John's Pharmacy, mine, but really it's always going to Script Hero. And then when Script Hero gets it, thinking that I've assigned with my physician or my prescriber's pharmacy, you say, well, hey, do you want us to process it through our pharmacy? I don't know if it's brilliant or insane or crazy or what, but.
Just a different way.
And I imagine, you know, Dr. Nelson, you've probably had some really fun conversations like this, because you see this, it's a business model in nearly 20 years I haven't seen. So I, as a prescriber, you, Dr. Simpson, say, well, I have a pharmacy, Harold's Pharmacy, but you don't actually have a pharmacy.
So that pharmacy that gets to you is never an independent pharmacy from you, is that right?
If-
Trying to understand your question.
Well, I think if I go to my doctor and he goes, hey, I've got my own pharmacy relationship. If you want to use it, I'll send it directly to him. I go, sure. And then Script Hero calls me as the patient, says, hey, this is Script Hero on behalf of Dr. So-and-so. Do you want us to fulfill this for you? Or do you want us to send it to another pharmacy? And I say, I want it sent to my local independent I always deal with. And they go, okay. They hang up the phone, call them and transfer.
So,
Or if my insurance says I have to get it through such and such mail order fulfillment, and say, well, I can't get it reimbursed, because you do,
Right now,
Their
I'm cash
insurance.
only,
you're cash on.
right now.
There's the kicker.
so why would a physician do that? Why would a physician contract with you if he's not getting anything out of it?
Mhm.
Why would a physician say, I'm gonna pretend that I have a pharmacy so they can make money?
So they're not pretending, and our agreements are not with the prescriber, it's with a member-based client usually. An example of that could be GoodRx Pharmacy. They have their couponing system. Right now, they are dipping into doing mail order pharmacy for people in their membership group. So these members, our patients, would say, hey, I just want that prescription fulfilled through your pharmacy, utilizing this coupon, and you do the fulfillment piece. So the patient is the driver here of whether or not the prescriber would even know whether to send a prescription to us.
So the patient's not the driver. GoodRx or whoever is the membership group is the driver.
Membership.
That's
By advertising to members.
advertising to their members.
Correct.
And they say, we have a pharmacy, they don't have a pharmacy, they have
Your
your,
relationship.
they have a relationship, not a pharmacy.
But what this strikes me as in reality is this is very similar. The closest thing I can see to this is a lot of veterinary practices have mail order that's not them. It's their veterinary wholesaler that also has a pharmacy permit. Instead of them having to stock on the shelf and having to run a pharmacy, they farm it out.
So with that, his comment, what is McKesson's role in this?
So there is the clinical aspect of it as well, right? So think of it from the prescriber's point of view. Sometimes what's very challenging is that they have to choose, the patient has to choose which pharmacy they go to. A lot of times, and you know as well as I do, the adherence rates are pretty low for patients. Even for someone our age, it's pretty low. When you start to add into the fact that they have to deal with transportation issues or whatever the case may be, sometimes that is even more prohibitive for them to actually fill that prescription. So what happens is when a prescriber has an opportunity to kind of break down a little bit of that barrier, knowing that they already have a relationship in place, they know that this is going to make it a little more accessible for their patient to make that decision of which pharmacy they're going to choose. Sometimes that's the benefit. McKesson wants to make sure that first and foremost that patients come first. Now, if you look at McKesson broadly, vaccinations, when COVID happened, we were there. Whenever you look at things that have happened in the past regarding access to care, those are some of the programs that we have. I deal very closely with patient assistance program pharmacy. So though we work closely with foundations, that's some of the work that McKesson is proud of taking part of. This is just another avenue. This is just another opportunity to be really advancing patient care. We look at
She
opportunities.
just wanted to know what McKesson's role was. You're talking to us about problems within the field. Are they?
So that's part of our role, is to
Okay.
come up with solutions to what those problems that exist, especially in an interdisciplinary healthcare model. That would be our goal.
So how do they meet these problems that you're talking about? How does McKesson meet these problems that you're telling us?
We're providing a solution for patients who are looking for another opportunity to be able to fill their medication.
And that solution is?
To be able to choose a pharmacy that is able to provide them continuum of care, just to be able to dispense that.
Who chooses that pharmacy?
The patient does. Yeah. The patient always has freedom of choice. So as Kim was mentioning before, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have to dispense it with us. They could dispense it at Walgreens, CVS, whatever their choice may be. But if they don't have a pharmacy that they're already using, if they don't already have that relationship,
So who employs the physician in this deal?
so it's a shared service. Nobody's employing physicians.
Yeah, it's the patient chooses their physician, and then this is it.
So is McKesson the owner of Script Hero ultimately?
Yes.
That's what they were asking, because like in the application, it says it's a wholly owned
100% ownership interest in
by Script Hero, when in reality, we like, if this would have said a subsidiary of McKesson or something, that would make a lot more sense.
Oh,
For me,
okay.
I guess.
I would think if we're gonna entertain this, I'm gonna wanna see information from McKesson supporting this application. I wanna see exactly what McKesson's involvement is. I wanna see how money moves. I wanna see who pays for what.
I think the biggest thing we generally look at is, if we're looking at ownership, and we get a lot of applications where it says, well, here's the business entity. And on this one, and I'm not a business major, but generally when I see this, I would think that Script Hero Pharmacy Holdings LLC, member 100% ownership interest, that was the top of the ladder. But it sounds to me like instead there's a spider graph above it that boils over to who, it's McKesson and goes through some part of McKesson Health and then down that Script Hero is a subsidiary.
Do we have any other examples of a pharmaceutical company that owns a licensed pharmacy in Arkansas? I would think that would be a conflict of interest.
Yeah, but McKesson's both a wholesaler and they have some manufacturing related.
McKesson's big, they got,
For
for years, they were, hospital information systems.
Cardinal owns pharmacies.
I think it's interesting that nowhere on this application is McKesson. I think that's interesting.
So, I mean, I'll say like, I mean,
Oh,
Cardinal
because the
has nuclear
application is under
pharmacies
Script
very
Hero.
specifically, as well as other fulfillment pharmacies.
We got hospitals.
They own whole hospitals.
So if I walk into my doctor's office and he prescribes me medication, and he says, he or she says, what pharmacy do you use? Does the word Script Hero ever come out of anybody's mouth? Or is it,
Yeah, so exactly.
or is it your client, whoever you're, like GoodRx, you mentioned GoodRx as an example. So if my physician asked, what pharmacy do you use, and I said, GoodRx, then that's where it comes to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So what happened to the comment earlier that the doctor says, hey, I have an interest in John's Pharmacy? You just said that the patient says, my pharmacy is this, and I use GoodRx, and I want to use GoodRx, so, oh, well, we can give those to Script Hero. But earlier you said that when the patient is in the doctor's office, the doctor says, I have an interest in John's Pharmacy.
Well, I have.
Or I know of John's Pharmacy. Isn't that steering of a pain? I don't have that.
It would be steering of a pain. I know what you're asking, or I think I do, tell me if I'm wrong. A lot of times we look at this, we're like, okay, what complaints are coming down the road and how's that going to follow the rules? And the concern, if you're the PIC, is if someone claims that their freedom of choice was violated because they were steered there, our questions are going to be, well, what agreements do you have with this prescriber? And then we see you have a shared services agreement and the patient claims that the prescriber steered them to you. You have a shared services agreement, which violated the patient's freedom of choice allegedly, which puts you on the line.
Mm-hmm.
It's difficult to, determine the end of that race before it started, but generally when patients complain about freedom of choice violations, those are very serious issues for our board at least. But we're one of the only couple states that have that type of rule.
So you told me, in general, if I'm a patient, I'm never going to say Script Hero. When my first physician asks me who I want to use, it's going to be one of my clients, right?
Right.
Do any of your clients have actual pharmacies where they fill medications or leave that?
It's people that don't have pharmacies. I mean, my example is veterinary. You go to a lot of veterinary offices now, and a lot of them say, we can also mail you your prescriptions, but they farm that out. Now, in veterinary, unlike human, there's a way for the veterinarian to potentially draw profit. There's not the same anti-kickback laws federally for veterinary services there are human services, or legally, that's my understanding. They don't have the same freedom of choice necessarily. They don't have the same, I mean, there's generally not insurance involved at all. So as long as you know, all right, I mean, the veterinarian can model it different ways. Well, I'm gonna write you this prescription, but I'm gonna do a $15 consultation fee that you pay the pharmacy. Well, usually you pay the veterinarian. They share an account even, and each person pulls their money out of it. And this board, wrote those rules years ago.
So in question under operations, it says, why is your facility seeking licensure in Arkansas? To share service agreements with mail order pharmacies, plural. Is there only one mail order pharmacy?
At this time, yes.
So it should say through our mail order pharmacy, not mail order pharmacies, because that leads us to believe you contract with more than just one pharmacy.
If you said, this is the front end fulfillment for our back end script to you, or this is the front end processing for our back end script to you fulfillment, and just explain we have those two things separated, that's a very easy determination by the board staff of, that's a common business model, separated front end back. It's all this other, how it gets to you stuff that's strange.
So just delineating between the front end and the central fill and the actual dispensing.
Fulfillment. Yeah. That's a common thing we said.
The fulfillment is through script to you, is that that's where the actual medications fill and dispensed to patients. That pharmacy.
Yes.
And you're the front end.
So here is the front end.
Okay.
And
You said,
sorry.
you said you don't recruit physician prescribers to refer to you. It's gonna be the member, or it's gonna be the patient that has to say they want to use one of your line. And do you guys use, do you as McKesson and all the other services that you do, like patient assistance, foundation, transportation assistance, do you identify potential patients for those other services through?
No, we do not.
So who owns script to you pharmacy?
McKesson. You go up the line, it's McKesson also, isn't it? I mean, I think if we saw a direct graph, it would be, McKesson through some arrangement of businesses, but the direct line would be McKesson to script to you. However you trace it.
Is script to you a licensed department, sir?
Yes, or
I don't know that I knew it was a Kesson.
I feel like we've got vertical integration with, I won't name any names, but there's some pretty big players in the field of pharmacy that are more vertically integrated with specialty TDMs. Than what we're probably looking at here.
Any ideas?
So I'm still not sure that I follow what we're doing.
Okay, so let's say I'm not a Medicare, I'm under the Medicare. And I want to become a member of one of your, how do I become a member of your thing so I can use your service?
So the membership part is separate than what Scriptural Pharmacy does. With the example of GoodRx, we have to be a part of GoodRx's membership, what they offer. Their membership would be pharmacy mail order delivery.
Do you advertise that?
We do
And I
not.
see, well, how do I get to be a member? I don't understand.
I think you join something else and don't realize it's a benefit. So if you join GoodRx because you think you get a discount, that actually ties you to this pharmacy. you could, I mean, if you could have a membership, I hate to say, like, if Costco didn't have a pharmacy, but they advertise it, when you buy a car of a certain brand, they have a relationship with some other insurance company and say, well, you could save $500 if you switch your car to our insurance. It's an indirect link. I don't know that I don't think it's actually the prescribers in this. Most of your contract aren't prescribers. It's other groups of people with some membership that you go, here's one of our members. I think it greatly confused me with the example being if I'm the prescriber.
Yeah.
Versus the reality is it's like,
Well, okay, the prescriber still has to know.
no,
And I'm a member.
no.
In order to.
You do as I'm changing the way I'm thinking of this, meaning, I think that was a very poor description for me to understand. If I join Diners Club, which I have no idea what that entails, and I get a Diners Club card back in the day, and they say, hey, we actually have a pharmacy benefit for you. And you have no idea what it is, but it's called Diners Club Pharmacy, as almost a deviation advertisement, but it's actually these guys.
Okay, but how does my physician know?
You
to
tell
the script?
he says, where do you want your script? I was like, I've got this Diners Club benefit, it's such and such, and here's the pharmacy, and then he sent it to, so it's not, I was thinking it was driven by physician, it's driven by, I joined something.
So
I'm
this is
thinking
who I
about-
don't know.
I'm thinking about like AARP. If I was a member of AARP and they say, hey, we offer, cash, discount pharmacy services, and my physician asks me, who do you want to get this filled through? I say, well, I've got this AARP benefit. It says I can get medications through that order at a reduced cash price. I think I'll use them.
But if.
They're contracted, and I'm using AARP, I have one with your contract, but y'all are contracted, that's your client, and you actually do the front end processing and then do the back end through.
That's a much better example.
But you still give,
Even if I have ARP, I still have to tell the
yes,
doctor to do that.
Yeah.
If I don't,
if you tell them, I want to use, Joe's Pharmacy, my independent down the road that I've used for 30 years, I don't see how, you still have patient choice is what I'm.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm getting the sense that it's more patient driven than my fear was, for example, it was prescriber saying, so it's not like the veterinary model. That's the way I was assuming earlier. It's, I have a membership in something and it offered me another benefit. You know, I get Walmart Plus, so I get Paramount Plus for free.
Yeah.
You know, I have an AT&T phone, which got me Disney Plus on my subscription for free instead of buying.
And usually those members, the reason that they elect this service is because it is cash only. They're having some kind of insurance challenge. So they're looking for, how can I get a discount? How can I get my medications that I still need? How can I get them cheaper?
And I'm assuming there may be some, maybe farm assumption, maybe some lifestyle drugs that maybe people don't want to fill essentially through all the pharmacy.
That could be another
That would be
reason.
another potential. So, yeah, I know it's.
Does this pose any problem for patients with Medicare Part B?
Right now, the cash.
So cash only, no control.
Are you guys doing any type of MD? Well, no, you're not doing MD, but cash on. Okay.
So the discounts only are concerned if you're trying to use your part of the plan.
The what? No, it's cash only. There's no.
So if it's cash, terrible.
But if you're in your donut hole, or you think you're never going to, you pick a Part D plan that doesn't cover that drug. I mean, it's the same way at ASPL, watching the Mark Cuban model is, you may not actually be the cheapest, but you're the one that people know they have a direct line of access to that's going to give them a good or an assumed good deal on cash. And so if you look at, you know, the GoodRx website, it's going to say, here's the GoodRx price. And you and I both know there's a lot of pharmacies that if you call and say, I need a cash price on this, they just quote whatever pops up in the computer, even though you go, that sounds absurdly high for that drug. And they go back and look at it and go, man, my computer's trying to tell me this based on AWP. This is generic, it's $5, not $500. If you, for me, once I process that it's whatever weird membership I have, and they have a pharmacy benefit that they can link you to, it makes a lot different sense to me.
What is the benefit to the client?
Access to care, especially to a cost-effective medication that they need.
Will they get to say they have a pharmacy benefit?
Correct, but we also provide counseling services, like if the patient has questions about the prescription that they get in the mail, they can always communicate with us about that information and follow up involved in that as well. So we're just allowing them to have a person of contact on behalf of the pharmacy that is affected. So that's the benefit. We also, with the whole mail order piece, it allows them to get their prescriptions in the mail really quickly. So time to therapy is also shortened because of our services that we're able to provide.
You break down some of the barriers with the transportation piece that I mentioned earlier, and then also, when we went through the pandemic, people having a harder time to actually go face to face in pharmacy. I think some people got used to more of a mail order type of model, and they realized there's some convenience to that.
Are you all licensed in other states?
We're licensed in 43 states right now.
The difference is, some people built a really big business and then got into pharmacy. Like, everybody knew who Amazon was, then Amazon had a pharmacy. Everybody knows who Mark Cuban is, and he has his pharmacy, but it's not even a pharmacy. Like, this in reality is very similar to what Mark Cuban, his model, my understanding, so whoever watching online doesn't like it, it's my understanding. It's more finding other people to fulfill the prescriptions that are sent to him. It's not that he has a huge pharmacy doing fulfillment. He has people that are contracting with other pharmacies to fill his scripts. So, I mean, it's just, I get some weird membership, they get to say they have a pharmacy benefit. I check it out and it's these guys. And maybe it saves me money on one product and not on another, but
How do you know that one of the fulfillment centers that they're using as a pharmacy is even licensed by us?
because it can't ship in unless it is. And that one, theirs is licensed. If the patient chooses another one and they send it to that facility, it's up to that facility that took the transfer prescription to determine that, yes, there is a license for me to ship in Arkansas. Well, I don't know because but if we catch them shipping it otherwise,
We're faced with that outside of the.
yeah, this doesn't cause a new problem. That's a current issue. And we got, I don't know, 500, 700 pharmacies out of state that have a permit to ship in already. And most of them that are trying to do mail order are going to be licensed.
In wholesale?
Most wholesalers have some sort of pharmacy permit. Air Source has.
We have anything permitting, wholesaler for farms. And I would say the guessing, I don't know if they have a wholesaler, arm with.
Yeah, they
First two businesses. Books of business.
And the big three is the Air Source, Cardinal, yes.
I think my concern would be more than the wholesaler would be with the manufacturer.
If they had a pharmacy permit.
Yeah.
I don't think, does McKesson have a manufacturing arm? I know you probably have a preferred, probably have a pre-pack business that you do through your wholesaler.
Familiar with that side of the business.
I thought they had repackers, but I
I think they all have.
Yeah.
But not requires a manufacturing.
It's a type of manufacturer license to repack.
I mean, I'm not seeing any red flags over Curry.
I'm way less concerned than I was 15 minutes ago.
Oh, our apologies that it took so long to get there.
Now you know how to explain it to people in the
Yeah.
South.
I should have started with the AARP.
I think about it.
What it
I like that one better.
From a patient choice standpoint, patient is saying.
Send it to them. Yeah.
Yes,
Rather than the prescriber.
correct.
Won't we make that analogy, just throw some barbecue in.
My initial concern is that you guys are going to large practices and getting prescribers to try to steer their patients to, now that I understand how the patient interfaces with you, that there's no real interface between you and the prescriber. I don't have that concern.
Oh.
Well, there may be more discussion, but
I think the one thing that I would like for the application is to have the full business ownership spider graph.
yeah.
Because that actually clears up a lot more for me.
Could they provide that as an amendment?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we can make a motion to approve pending board review of they then providing the corporate structure as an amendment to the current application. I'll make that motion unless there's more discussion.
If I'm saying something I don't understand.
That's,
I understand, but that's what you said. Am I not in the second? That will kill the motion then.
so it sounds like their choice is to request an appearance before the full board or walk away, unless there's an alternative motion.
I don't want to turn them away, because it's a valid thing, I'm just not sure I completely understand. I don't mean to be obtuse.
Well, and I'll tell you, Dr. Richmond, the first 20 minutes of discussion caused me far more confusion than helping.
Tell you what, I'll second the motion. Not sure if we're being vote carried, but I second the motion.
We're gonna go back, the motion is still on the floor. I have a second on that motion.
Would you repeat the motion? Would you repeat the
Right.
motion?
The motion I'm making is to approve their application for pharmacy permit, pending board's satisfaction with them providing their corporate structure as an amendment and for review by you guys.
Any further discussion?
I would just say, I for one, am not confident. I don't feel like, you may be right, this may be totally okay. I just am not comfortable at this point with what I've seen in order to vote yes on that.
Okay, well, let me, go ahead and call for the vote. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
I'm relying on John.
Okay, any nays?
I've been wrong before, though.
So I'm in the boat with you now.
Yeah, but then I'm in
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But you can defer to the full board.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing with the third board, because, my comfort level here is, not where I want to be.
If we could still go ahead and get the other document showing the corporate structure, which I think would help for the board.
And if it's possible to do it, I would like to see a sample agreement between you and the AARP type entity we're talking about.
I'm visual. Kind of walking, I mean, if I'm sitting in the doctor's office and the issue is driven, I mean, just literally what happens.
I'd leave the doctor's office out of it, and I may be wrong, but I think if you could show some of the partners that are actually adding this as a benefit, because I mean, like Good RX, most of us understand, even though most pharmacy hates it. You know, AARP, if it was one, like people, something that would make sense as a membership that would add it to it, I think helps it rather than it, because it does not sound to me, unless I'm wrong, that it's physician office driven.
It's not.
And I presume that the AARP, let's say in our example, is paying you money to participate in this.
So we have an agreement with them that we could be receiving money if the patient decides to use our services. That's the agreement.
Okay. So if the patient decides to use your services, you pay.
So then we're able to dispense and we're able to make money from the dispense.
Okay.
That's the agreement.
But there's not payment from anywhere else that.
No, that we're not receiving money from others.
How many states did you say was a license?
43.
So you're licensed in 43 other states.
Correct.
So-
Already.
But you already said with the ARP.
I'm sorry.
That was just my example.
Okay, but you're with another company, so, there would be advertising dollars out there for you.
So that's the shared services agreement that we were talking about. A company like AARP uses us as an option for their patients.
Okay. And they would advertise for you, so that's how your word of mouth get around. Because I was kind of curious as to how do you know to ask for you all?
It's part of the service that they've signed up for.
Okay.
That's where the patient's choice comes in. They opted to elect that service.
Any other discussion or that's it?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.